Abstract. Fate, the feeling of fullness of life and its favor primarily depends on whom, why and how we love. But not everything depends on us. The world is full of surprises, not always pleasant. Alas, almost everyone sooner or later meets someone with a new love, someone with loss, someone with betrayal. The test of strength is not withstood all. Valerie Stolypin. By the way. By the way, it happens in life that literally everything is given and accomplished easily, cheerfully, you can say playfully. It happens in early childhood, you run skipping, barely touching the ground, and everything is so colorful, elegant, big, and suddenly the world is changing rapidly before your eyes. It gets dark, like a sudden summer thunderstorm, covering the earth in the middle of a stupefying solar silence. The violent element will die off, sparkle, scattering the fragments of the living and the dead around, saturate the earth with moisture, air with ozone, blood with adrenaline and subside, leaving the impression of a dizzying adventure with elements of mystical stupor and genuine panic. A few minutes of primal fear and that's it. A kind of mystery, a cleansing ritual. Alas, not in my case. You look around and realize, you got lost, it's not yours, someone else's, alien. Emotions are not yours, feelings are incomprehensible, unfamiliar gloomy people, a pile of riddles and secrets, anxiety, and emptiness. Where to go, why, what to do with all these hostile impressions? By the way, your wife, with a conspiratorial squint, looking around, my friend, Gina Postnikov, is trying to entertain me, bending down to his ear for greater persuasiveness. The heart of the EC, failed, froze. Then how it thumps. I forcibly pulled myself together, concentrated. I need to keep the brand. Family is sacred. I can't stand all these, by the way, my friend, and other aggressive methods of uninvited participation. I prefer not to look into keyholes, and I don't advise you. Everyone has the right to secrecy. Even if my Zoika there will be secrets. Well, you give, the well-wisher was surprised, rapidly losing interest in me, as you know. I tried to look confident, calm, but the trembling in my knees and the rapid pulse betrayed an extreme degree of excitement. I was uneasy. It's not that I guessed, I definitely knew how his rattling phrase should end. I've thought about this myself more than once. That's what it's all about. Zoika had a man, I even knew who this villain was. My wife in my presence showed her full-length intimate attitude to him, fascinated, too openly staring at a former classmate, Vitka Kretova. No, not even like that, she shamelessly admired this broad-shouldered smiling orc, almost jumped out to meet him from an extremely open sundress, and he, in turn, slobbered over my wife with a too frank, one might say carnivorous look, brazenly exploring what is hidden under the colorful wrapper of a light summer outfit. So only people who have a piquant relationship can look at each other. I was not immune from such a misfortune, as there was no reason to talk about trust and disbelief until that moment. Zoika, my Zoika, how so? Memory helpfully posted a color picture for review, the same one, and we were alone in her room for the first time. I remember how slowly, as if trying to catch a bright butterfly, I stretched out my hands to her hairstyle. The movements were mesmerizing with uncertainty. Would she guess what I intended to do? Would she allow it? Deftly pulled out a hairpin. Zoya's hair fell springily over her shoulders. The light of the lantern for a moment highlighted the confused, wary expression of a girl's face. My eyes were glistening wetly, in my gaze. I could feel it on my skin, feverish anticipation of the long-awaited prize. Lips gently touched the delicate neck, her body shuddered, tensed. Air, it was sorely lacking. Where is the air? Why is it so hot? It was then. When did it all start? Oh, yes, in that little cafe in the summer park. It seems that I went to buy mineral water. It was hot, bubbles burst so realistically in a transparent glass on an advertising poster that I was unbearably thirsty. The pleasant coolness and the smell of freshly ground coffee relaxed. I wanted to stay in cozy comfort for a longer time. At the next table, an elegant couple somehow unnaturally held hands. The readiness of the girl to run away, to say rude things to the interlocutor, caught her eye. She blinked her double eyelashes often. In her staring eyes, so it seemed to me, tears were barely held back. The girl looked at me in a special way, as if she was asking for protection, support. I made an attempt to intervene, got up, but was stopped by a negative head movement. I don't remember what I was thinking. It seems that in a few moments he composed love, a whole volume, starting with an awkward confession, ending with an imaginary happy future with exciting details that excite the imagination. Of course, I didn't believe in feelings flashing at first sight, but I couldn't take my eyes off her lost face precisely because I thought about it. I saw only her. I studied expressive features, absorbed the energy of suffering, empathized, tried to defend myself, although I did not understand, did not know what was going on between them. Everything that came before her, I felt it, didn't matter. And so it turned out. A little later. At some point, the confrontation reached the limit. The boy exploded, jumped up, raised his hand threateningly. The girl instinctively covered herself with her palms, her face and neck turned crimson. Tears splashed. "What a fool you are," the cavalier shouted emotionally, running out of the cafe. "You will regret it." She was crying. I watched sympathetically, afraid to do anything. So we sat for quite a long time, until the girl calmed down. "I'm not a nude model's brush, there's nothing to stare at me. We broke up, that's it. Is there anything else you want to know?" I shook my head negatively, although I didn't think so at all. "Then, goodbye. Only your opinion was not enough for me to be completely happy." "Why put it off?" I suddenly, boldly blurted out, feeling goosebumps shackle my body. "What exactly? I don't understand you." "Date, you said goodbye, and for complete happiness, so I thought, something like that, in the same vein." "Why not? Ready to take, anywhere, even to the end of the world. One has already conducted. But life doesn't end. He is the past, we are the present. Or do you dream of continuing the sweet flower? My name is Vitali. As for Modigliani, I have an album with reproductions of his works. Ready to share. Are you interested in painting, or are you looking for an excuse to calm down, or rather to get acquainted? They say that under the influence of adrenaline, it's so easy to tame the offended. Rather the latter. Although the former also fits. Art is derived from the word temptation. You have charmed me. That's how. Frankly, and brazenly. She wanted to be outraged, but changed her mind. I don't know why. Next to you it became easier for me. For a long time I wanted to break off our toxic relationship. He, you know, is by nature a narcissist and a skillful manipulator. Tired of taking care, obey and feel guilty at the same time. From that day on, the life of a sweet girl became my destiny. I loved her all over, from the tips of her toes to the top of her head. Even her floppy ears delighted me, not to mention the special, only her inherent smell of a strikingly plastic body, with all the advantages and disadvantages. It was interesting and difficult with her at the same time. I coped. Was it really a completely different Zoika? When I lost it, what didn't I notice in time? I didn't want to know anything indecent about my wife, resisted as much as I could the desire of others to enlighten about and without, but you can't hide an all in a bag. Here it is, the moment of truth. I looked in the mirror for a long time, stroked my head, voicing as a joke that, apparently, I have a catastrophic lack of calcium in the body, with all the consequences that follow from this fact. Horns do not grow, no matter what. Should they? That's the point. Facts are a stubborn thing. Zoika has changed beyond recognition, behaved unpredictably, strangely. She probably thought the same about me. And avoided. I was already longing for love, returning my thoughts to the amazing past, where there was a completely different Zoika, who was in love with me without memory. Fabrications and fantasies drew frivolous pictures against my will, where I was not a participant, spectator. Can't imagine how it hurts. I couldn't break up with my wife, it's unthinkable. If the Creator has decided to send such a difficult ordeal to my lot, I will try to cope with it. Or is it better to talk right away, find out? No, no and no, burning bridges is not a method. It's better to live together, stay friends, pretend that nothing is happening. I need to spend more time with my wife. Maybe she'll come to her senses. We'll see, understand how bad it is for me, and everything will get better. To begin with, you need to meet her from work, right at the checkpoint, so as not to leave a single chance for the nimble Razliknik. How good that you came. We need to talk. I thought tonight, but since you're here, then, sorry, I'm worried. I was ready for anything, but the emotional introduction finally threw me off balance. I couldn't stand it anymore. A crying man is something indecent, pathetic, unsightly. I hated myself, but there was nothing I could do. Do you really know everything, Vitalka? Well, tell me quickly how you feel about it. I love you, Zoya. You have the right to any personal life. I have no right to hinder, convince. In what? I will humbly accept any decision you make. Just don't leave me. What are you talking about? Why are you scaring me? If you love, then he is worthy. Don't worry, I will cope. I don't understand anything. No way. I wanted to confess, I was just waiting for confirmation. The main thing is not to fall. We will have a baby. We, who has it, you and Kretov. What does he have to do with it? Who is my husband? You fool. 9 weeks ago, you and I, to pubs, at the Forest Lake boarding house, yes, we did it. Well, you and Bamboo, empty Bamboo. Worked hard, right? You're a 5-minute daddy, hooray. That's what it is, and I've come up with this. Sorry, so, say. You have to tell me everything. And don't try to shirk. Women in an interesting position should not be worried. Sparrow. Blizzard. Marat carefully drove the car along the dark icy highway, on which the markings were absolutely not visible. Snow charges in the headlights made intricate laces, jerked skyward, scattered, covering the windshield with a tenacious layer. I would rather get home. To the house, where, alas, no one is waiting for him. The children grew up, flew away, who went where, in search of the meaning of life and all sorts of desirable values that beckoned with the illusion of accessibility, as he once did in his distant youth. His wife left to help with the firstborn who had just been born to her son in St. Petersburg, where he and his daughter-in-law had, as it is now commonly expressed, a small profitable business. Marat understood and accepted Damra's decision to help the children. It's probably right. That's just getting used to loneliness at 45, breaking the established way of life for many years, not a particularly pleasant occupation. In order to make it easier to cope with the depressing discomfort in general and the desperate cry of an organism accustomed to conservative functional stability, requiring the issuance of culinary and intimate buns according to an established schedule, Marat loaded himself with official duties without measure, since none of his colleagues attempted to implement them overtime. The road was deserted. Although it pleased. The shrill melody was depressingly bored on the radio. Who took it into his head, at such a late hour, to put on the air a track that evokes longing? A glass of tea with lemon and sleep, sleep. There are so many things to do tomorrow. I'll call Mirachka in the morning. How is she there without me? Ha! Yes, she has no time to remember diapers, vests. It's you, you old libertine, you can't imagine life without hugs and kisses. Marat tensed, physically feeling the touch of his wife's bare chest, took a deep breath to reduce the libido that suddenly pierced, stirred with all its might. So it won't take long to get to self-satisfaction. The man abruptly pressed the accelerator, jerked into a turn. The heart almost left the limits of the body. A nasty tremor manipulated consciousness. Stop the car. Ridiculous behavior, childish. She's not gone forever. They say it's good to be bored. Tea is cancelled. Cognac. 2 glasses. No, 3. I'll call as soon as I arrive. It's okay if I wake up. To hell with aristocratic mannerisms. And I'll say, come, or. For a sharp turn, found where to park, the headlights picked out from the darkness a puny, snow-dusted female figure standing half-turned, apparently fighting off the weather. Marat, remembering the recent dash, barely kept on the road, did not even slow down. It's worth it and it's worth it. It's the master's business. Maybe he's waiting for someone. Or he's selling himself. I really thought so, or then composed it, regretted it, or really allowed a sinful option, it doesn't matter. Reversed. The girl, it was not possible to see in detail, but the flimsy figure clearly did not pull on the woman, did not even turn her head. Either she froze in the wind, or she completely despaired of human compassion. The thin little jacket wasn't even buttoned up, as if the stupid child was deliberately trying to turn into an ice statue. Frosted strands of hair hung from under the hood like icicles. Helpless stupor bound the stone face. The shoulders were raised to the limit, the arms pulled into the sleeves were pressed tightly against the body, unable to move. How long have you been freezing? There was no answer, only an indistinct movement of the lips, and an indifferently indifferent movement of the extinct eyes testified that she was not a ghost. Sit down. You will hardly wait for another carpet plane in the foreseeable future. Decent people, having uttered this phrase, Marat shivered shyly, have been sleeping for a long time. Are you hitchhiking, or are you promoting business? Come on, I was joking. You obviously don't pull on a prostitute. Those have everything in an adult way, lips there, fishnet tights. Sparrow, damn. Fell on my stupid head. Where are you going, poor guy? To the city, uncle. It is clear that not to the steppe to the wolves. Address, what? I don't know. You can go to the train station. For the cops to eat. It's funny. What need brought you to a pure field? Where is your home, girl? The tape recorder, as if by order, tightened. Where are you calling me? Listen, the wither will crumple the wither. There are no cars or people in the yard. Will you think for a long time? After all, I have to get up early. Are you worried about the honor of a maiden? So I'm not a maniac, I don't rape children. Jump. I'm warm. What should I do with you? Thank you. Can I be quiet? 40 minutes to the city. Take a nap. I'll turn on the light for a while. To see at least who I invited to visit. To visit, the piglet piped in a doomed voice. This is so, a figure of speech. I spend more time in the car than in other rooms. This is the job. Wherever you say, I'll take you there. I'm kind today. Turn your face, Gulchatai. Wow, what kind of eyes, like in the fairy tale about Tsar Sultan. The cores are pure emerald, that's what they call by a miracle. How old are you, a brave stranger? It seemed that her wide-open eyes allowed her to easily look into the depths of a chaste and guileless soul. Or Marat's mood was like this, who knows, who knows. It's already possible, the girl said quite confidently, even arrogantly, 19. But that doesn't mean I'm like this. I'm not in this line. My daughter has more. And grandchildren, by the way, as many as 2. Can you tell me what the hell you were carried 50 kilometers away from the city on the night of the wasteland? I was hitchhiking. My mom, telegram, heart attack. They buried me without me. I don't even know where. We don't even have an apartment. My mother lived where she had to, wandered around in removable corners. She sent me everything that would work, to education. To get out of poverty. Didn't have time. After a long pause, he started pestering. Tore the zipper on his jacket. I hit him on the head with a piece of iron, and ran away into the field. Waited until he left. It was still light. Yes, indeed. You're not lying. You're singing painfully well. Okay, there's nowhere to go, you'll spend the night at my place, you'll see there. I'm alone while I live, and I have nothing to steal. Pokemar, I'll think about it for now. Don't break your head, uncle, I'm an adult, independent. I can handle. Otto. I want to live. Be quiet for a bit. Or cry. You'll warm up faster. My name is Aliona, putting a cold palm on top of my hand lying on the gearshift knob, the passenger whispered with warmth in her voice, thank you. A heady haze of frosty freshness with a sweet watermelon tint enveloped the thawing figure of a young creature who trusted Marat, who shuddered at the touch, as if from a burn. The providence of Almighty Providence in an incomprehensible way in a fraction of a second set the driver's thoughts on an obscenely intoxicating topic, especially since thoughts about the sinful have not yet had time to dissipate in space and time. There was an involuntary seductress sitting next to her, who accidentally directed the mature man's thoughts into that dangerous channel where neither age, nor the degree of acquaintance, nor ethical norms of behavior mattered, where delicacy, upbringing and shyness became nothing more than an obstacle to the basic instinct. Piquant fantasy flashed, and hid shyly. I was waiting for the turbidity from my soul to settle, when it would be possible to remind, this is an imaginary adventure, an intimate secret that does not require repentance, publicity, which there is no need to be shy about, as well as to carry out. An exciting illusion, nothing more. A calmed or slightly strangled conscience began to breathe often. Aliona was napping. Marat felt a growing excitement, an irresistible need to immediately, right now, kiss, touch with his hands and lips, press, stroke, anywhere, live quivering flesh, feel everything with every cell of the body, even her innermost desires. Aliona purred something in her sleep, turned to him, lowered her head on the driver's shoulder, crossed her legs, threw her hand on his lap, transmitting ticklingly exciting vibrations to the very center of male voluptuousness, blocking the gear shift with such a pose and something else inside the head, more dangerous on the road. I had to brake without shifting gears, pull over to the side of the road, which is very dangerous at night on a cold road. Oh, the passenger recoiled, whose hand rested between the driver's legs. Sorry, Murat. Got carried away, disconnected. Have we arrived yet? Agitated by an accidental intrusion into too personal intimate space, the man could not catch his breath in any way. Soon, very soon. Get some more sleep. I don't want any more. Tell those about yourself. It's better you, Mademoiselle Aliona. How did it happen that my parents don't have an apartment? Prose of life. Daddy, I've never seen him, took an apartment for a mortgage on Mom. They didn't have time to arrange a marriage. Realized that he couldn't cope. Then I happened without asking. Mom refused getting rid of the fetus. Daddy collected the junk in a backpack, and it was like this. Mom was moved to a dilapidated housing stock for loan debts. Then the room was squeezed out. Protection of motherhood, guardianship, why didn't they work? Parents, relatives, where have you been? Ask something easier. I'm not boom boom in these questions. She's an orphan, like me now. How old is Mama? In the spring, 37, should have turned. Not fate. You now know everything about me. Are you warm? I would like tea, with cheesecake. And sleep. I don't promise cheesecake. I can offer dumplings and sprat pâté. I love dumplings. That's fine. At home, creative disorder reigned naturally for a nominal bachelor. Can I clean up? No, you can't. Get in a hot shower. I'll cook dinner. Think about where to take you in the morning. Nowhere. Can I stay here? That is, how is it here? It's scary alone. It's necessary to get used to the fact that there is no Mom. Can I have a towel? Take any. What do you like more, squash caviar or sprat in tomato? I don't have much time to roam. I can offer a glass of cognac. If possible, a loaf, with caviar, butter and cocoa with condensed milk. I had a friend at the institute, except for green peas and black bread, she didn't eat anything. Is this your wife? Not at all. I said, girlfriend. We were preparing for exams together. Are you saying that you didn't have anything like that with her? What did she treat you to? Baby, Murat fought back, blushing like a cancer, you have an extremely spoiled character beyond your age. We were engaged in economics and accounting. I just asked. You look so much that I thought about cognac, did you offer it to her too? This does not fit into any framework. We drank tea with her, with lemon. You will sleep in the nursery. 2 glasses of cognac cheered up, but the third made me remember that after the bath the girl needed to put something on herself. It was not from the hand to offer her wife's robe, she could have thought something wrong. Mirachka has a size of 60, Aliona has a maximum of 44. A man's shirt would suit her better. Murat imagined how the girl throws a snow-white shirt over the steamed body, through the thinnest fabric of which, he brought this fashionable model from Hamburg, a virgin breast shines through an apple of 0 or first size with tiny risen cherries. He loved to caress Damra's elastic breasts, but nostalgically recalled that blissful time when her tender purses fit entirely in the palm of her hand. Alionushka, my child, Opening the door to the bathroom, almost losing his composure, the landlord said, "This outfit should fit you." Coco boiled. "Thank you, Uncle Marat." The appeal of Uncle pricked. Cognac foreshadowed something more than a small talk, although there were no prerequisites for changing the status, but any path begins with the first step. She herself is constantly hinting at something vicious. "Why don't we have some brandy, Countess? I am ready to take your most important exam. Name at least one reason not to want you." I wonder what the lady will answer to this. I probably wouldn't be able to refuse, if I were a woman, a girl. Aliona came to the table steamed, virginally sweet, blazing invitingly with lips and cheeks. The fourth glass of cognac had a truly magical effect, but the girl yawned, stretched appetitiously, immodestly exposing an appetizing ass, just a little, the edge. Marat caught his breath. A dream is coming true. Is this not a call? Is this not a demonstration of boundless trust? I'm going to sleep. In the morning I'll eat. Can I? Marat was doused with an icy shower. He ran towards his dream with open arms, practically merged, and she, ungrateful. Yes, yes, Alyanushka, of course, to sleep, how else? Don't rape her. I promised so many things, but I myself, Marat lamented, now I won't sleep. The night streaked the walls with dancing highlights. Flickering shadows frolicked, as if in a shadow theater, where experienced actors could portray any action. Marat saw Elena, himself, either above her or under her. Her flying hands gave free rein to irrepressible imagination, beckoned, allowed playful experiments, narrow shoulders smoothly straightened and fell, a virgin torso with relief bells rose rhythmically above the motionless body, up and down and in strands of hair flew apart. Marat, Aliona called, I'm scared. Let's talk. Of course, child. About what? His blood was boiling, it demanded determination, persistent enterprise, recklessness. 19 years old. Damra gave birth to Mansour at this age, 2 years later also. She said herself that it's already possible, so it's time. Why not me? Enlighten me, Creator, what should I do, what should I do? Tell us about love. How you met your wife. I'm interested in everything. I don't remember. There was an obsession, a hassle. We played friendship for a long, long time, then a kiss, sweet, sweet. It all started with him. After, as if the light went out. Woke up at the wedding. It was fun. Mansour was born. Do you love her, the wife? Why do you ask? I love you now too. Don't you see? I see. But we can't. Why? You will torture me, hate yourself. You will never leave your wife. If this is not the case, I am yours. So, not so, what's the difference? You're a woman, I'm a man. Will the world really turn upside down if we get a little closer? We build our own borders, we guard ourselves in them. Let me turn on the light. I want to see everything, feel everything, like you. Give me your hand, put it here. Kiss. Can you hear my pulse? Aren't you a virgin by any chance? What does it matter? I've decided everything. It's up to you. Can you live like before after this? Take your time, think. It's so easy to break your life and mine. You're probably right. Probably right. I shouldn't have drunk cognac. My life is worthless, and yours is just beginning. Sorry, Sparrow. Would you like some tea? I relaxed a bit, I got limp. I imagine now that you are my Alsu, and I am a dirty old man from the alley. In the morning I will call my wife, let her come. So it's not far. To trouble. Spouses should always be together. And the children, let them cope. So it will be more honest, more correct. Good night. Thank you, Marat. Can I hug you tight? You are real, I felt it right away. That's the kind of love. Grigory Ivanovich himself did not understand when and how it happened. An ordinary name like Kashadoka, but how it caresses the ear, like the soft murmur of a stream on a rolling bank or the gentle breath of the wind on a summer shady afternoon, and you lie on the edge of a fragrant strawberry glade with your eyes closed, listening to a variety of amazing sounds of life that cannot be noticed from a height of human growth. Good. At such moments, I want to shout from an excess of happiness, but agree, it's pretty stupid to yell at the wheel of a car, because no one will hear, so Grigory sang, Katya Katerina, the color of poppies, there is no fairy tale in my life without you. Into the pool with my head, if not with you. Katya Katerina, soul, what a Katenka Horosha you are. Berry Raspberry a Katya Katerina a. Closing his eyes for a moment, the man held his breath from the excess of feelings, trying to remember the smell of his beloved woman, the tremulously sweet feeling of mutual touches. The body instantly responded to the visual images with an attack of excited bliss. He was covered with an intoxicating dope, forcing him to dream sensually. It would seem that we parted for half an hour, and Grigory Ivanovich is already living with a longing, exciting anticipation of a new amazing meeting. Ahead is a road 300 kilometers long. There is time to dream. He is friendly with imagination, especially now that fate has presented such a generous gift. Katenka is half her age. Twice. There is, of course, a reason to think, in addition to the age difference and the distance separating their accidental love, there are negative other difficult quirks that complicate life, but now I don't want to think about them so much. Wife and 2 daughters. He fused together with them. Cutting this node will be oh so difficult. Okay, don't talk about sad things. There is a much more interesting topic, sweet, charming, shy, and meek baby Katenka. She, always so affectionate, energetic and cheerful, with longing and anxiety in her eyes, said goodbye to him, as if she was afraid of betrayal. Silly. Is it possible to renounce a miracle? Katenka is so gentle, so shy, vulnerable. Lisa will understand, she must understand, she is kind, that throwing away real feelings at our age, when love, especially such a trembling one, is an invaluable gift. She has everything, everything was. 15 years of giving each other happiness. No one is to blame that feelings have faded, that there is nothing more to share. Can't I find convincing words? We have always understood each other perfectly. Grigory Ivanovich doubted for a moment the sincerity and persuasiveness of the arguments he could present, but Katenka, his Katenka, is a crushing justification, the most weighty, the most irrefutable reason for the need to reconsider life strategies. Who knows how many days of full-fledged happiness each of us is allowed? We need to live in the present, which never repeats. Annoying thoughts were almost pushed into the background by an effort of will, skipped only in the background, because there is nothing more important for a person than the harmonization of relations with himself. The principle of priorities has not been cancelled. In any circumstances, it is necessary to choose and hold the most significant. It is most logical to give preference to the most valuable source of energy, love. It just happens, someone loses, and someone finds. It's always like this. Lisa will cope. Grigory Ivanovich pulled out a neckerchief from the glove compartment, which he secretly borrowed from Katenka as a symbol, as a piece of magical gravity, saturating him with masculine strength in separation. The intoxicating fragrance has set you up again for a pleasant romantic wave. The last night was so deliciously sweet, so bright. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Katenka struck with humility, tenderness, an unusually ardent passion, something that was so lacking in a measured family life all the last time. Perhaps the reason for the complete intimate emancipation and charming femininity was the frank conversation preceding this event. Grigory swore to return not as a lover, a betrothed. Grigory was eloquent, convincing, and how not to believe in his nobility. After all, he is the girl's only one, the first. The lovers spent the whole evening naively confessing, embracing in a gazebo by the pond with a couple of swans, violently discussing the incredible future in her old ancestral house, drowning in thickets of jasmine and lilac, cherry and apple trees blooming in the garden, plastered with bumblebees, bees and butterflies that were stupefied by such generosity. Katenka was infatuated with intimacy, shone with genuine happiness, which made Grigory Ivanovich seem young and strong to himself. Perhaps he didn't just seem like it, the night was surprisingly violent, stormy. He couldn't remember such an irrepressible, insatiable self. Lisa wasn't particularly passionate, especially in recent years. There was something to compare. Of course, he also wanted a wife, he always wanted to, because he loved. To walk past Lisa and not hug, not lean, not run his hand under the hem was unthinkable. But Katenka is like a whirlpool, like a tornado, like an element from which there is no escape. The only difference is that Grigory Ivanovich plunged into the epicenter of passion voluntarily, with great pleasure. Imagining that magical night, a crazy sinful orgy, the sweetness of unrestrained fusion, the man got excited in earnest. Had to stop to pacify the capriciously persistent flesh. The day had already woken up by that hour. The grasses were saturated with dew, the birch growth was intoxicated by the smell of young foliage, a lark was singing in the sky. Here it is, real life. What else does a man need to meet old age? It's too early to think about decrepitude, when such a thing happens, when a day lived in love and joy allows you to reset the years. The sun will need to be raised. I will call Ivan, like my father. The heir will be. We will sign with Katerina, we will live. I will fix the house, plant flowers, equip the workshop. I will not let him work, let him enjoy freedom. We'll buy a boat, a gun. I will build a veranda. I didn't want to go any further. Can he come back? 7 troubles, 1 answer. Katenka will be so happy. No, you can't do that, as if you're running from something. Everything needs order. Girls, wife, they are not strangers. First, you need to think about them. The daughters threw themselves on their necks as soon as they opened the door. Lisa was also waiting, she missed. Grushenka is enough to go on business trips. Let the young try. You don't have to go to work today, do you? That's right. I have cutlets, crushed potatoes, pickled cucumbers. I bought a herring for this occasion, cooled a lingonberry liqueur. We'll have dinner, you'll go to bed. I took the day off, I'll also lie down with you. Grish, do you love me? Let's then. Embarrassingly intimate games in front of the kids to start. I have a conversation with you. Grushenka, I also have something to share. Look, what have I imposed here, do you like it? Who is this, toy or something? Like Yulka and Aliona came out of the doll age. Should I pour you something or what? Or how, Grishenka, or how? Are you ill? So a liqueur against any ailment is the first remedy. Not for drunkenness, but for health for. That's right, but you can't call other ailments a disease. You drink, you're tired from the road. Lisa behaved strangely somehow. She didn't eat anything, looked at her husband like a marriageable girl, and blushed. Is it delicious, Grish? I tried. So who did Milopusekny socks for? Are you preparing a dowry for the girls? I still seem to be in power myself. 45, Baba Barry again. Are you crazy, dear? Barry, your mother, Perispelka. Although, from which side to look? Do I look that bad? Not so much. I have an appetite for you, but here, you understand, such a thing. What is it? Not now, not here. I'll give you another shot. Send the girls for a walk. Yulka, Egoza, have you found the groom yet? Now, Daddy, we don't have time for grooms. There will be something to do. Look at you. What is so important that there won't be enough time for grooms? Ask your mom. We swore to be silent. Liz, what kind of conspiracy is this? These twirls are supposed to know, but I don't. Here I will take a belt, I will pour all 3 on the first number, then you will definitely not get married. Girls should not be beaten. Green, it's, 12 weeks. And I have 46 years. So what? We will have a son. I am pregnant with a boy, here. Are you happy? Crazy, what a fucking pregnancy, son, you say. Gee, that's what I'm saying, business. There's enough care for everyone. It's time to tie up with business trips. I can't manage alone now. And what did you want to talk about? Yes, I am, so, not urgent now. Let me cook your news. Son, so, boy, heir. What shall we call it? We agreed a long time ago, Vanya will be like your father. Well, yes, well. Vanechka. Are you upset in any way, Grish? I was also upset at first, I couldn't understand, and in general. We haven't been protected. For so many years, and then, come on, so it might be better. We got bored with the prose of life, had enough of monotony, were disappointed in love, got stuck between the past and the future. Disillusionment, midlife crisis, depression, her mother, loneliness together. Everything is like everyone else. We are not like that, life is like that. I'm also like you, famously. I can see you struggling. And I'm not worried about anything. I'm tired, that's all. And his face turned white, as if he was scared. Maybe you don't want a son, or don't believe that you're. Lisa compressed her lips, started blinking, about to cry. Grigory Ivanovich has cat scratching at his soul, but it's so disgusting. To make a loop, now, for himself. Son, what kind of man in his right mind and with the memory of the heir will refuse? And Katenka, what about her? Trouble. At least burst, even burst. What to do, how to be. Feelings, inside out. The fate of Ilyuka Zabrodan seemed to turn inside out. He has a father and mother, an older brother, 2 surprisingly sensitive grandmothers, even a grandfather is available, although he is sick in the head, but there is, however, everything develops absurdly, unnaturally, across. It would seem, the whole life is ahead, live with hopes for happy future. And, no. Does not coalesce. My parents divorced for the first time and my younger brother was 5 years old. The reason for the collapse of the family was the exorbitant demands of my mother, who from early childhood had a plan for an ideal life. With a baby in her arms, she managed to study law and, without regaining consciousness, began the process of climbing to the Olympus of financial well-being, through the thorns of the career process. It didn't work out very well, because the strategy of the desired prosperity was revised over time. When she realized that the head of the family is not a breadwinner, in other words, a mattress, that with an emergency brake in his underdeveloped brain it is impossible to climb a mountain peak, Irina Timofeevna began to hunt down more appetizing game. Several unsuccessful attempts to lasso the fat boar failed, but she did not give up. Mom showed a truly combative, merciless character. She loved Dad, or rather, his ability to do something at night that made his heart jump out of his chest, sweetly carried his head, and for a long time every cell of the body enthusiastic about the wonderful process triumphed, but ambition and insatiability to satisfy at this stage of life was much more important than family well-being. In the end, it's never too late to reverse providence. Fortune does not move along the rails. A man who wants to make his mother happy failed to escape from boundless happiness in time. Irina Timofeevna hooked a curious carp, carefully removed it from the hook and placed it in a cage where you can do anything with it, even fry and eat if necessary. Just kidding. Andrei Zabrodan, Dad, due to uselessness in the material vector, immediately received his resignation, and Mom married the parents of a promising spouse with a chic pomp. The wedding lit up the city for 3 days, although there was no one on the bride's side except her parents, but these are the details. Mom joined a new family without mental anguish, changing her former name to Berkovich. The new husband was 6 years older, balding and overly rich, but his family was not the last place in the urban elite. Irina Timofeevna, after spending an expensive honeymoon on a cruise liner in the Mediterranean, received as a bonus a warm place in a hyped real estate office, fused with the administration, and a year later became its manager. The appetite for expensive and beautiful things was turning green day by day, but he was in no hurry to blossom, not the right level, the salary does not allow. Berkovich was provided for, but he did not learn to jump above his head. Worse, the intimate exterior of the new stallion was more than modest. The new husband performed his marital duty reluctantly, sluggishly, and rarely. Irina Timofeevna began to rave in her sleep due to lack of dissatisfaction, therefore she learned to create realistic night shows in her head with the participation of the phantom Andrei Zabrodan, whose endurance and agility have been tested by time. He certainly won't let you down. Mama was bored, worried about undisguised aggression, but for the time being she puked loyalty to the new family, so as not to be excommunicated from the trough with rich buns. Alas, there was no place for her in the world of financial bigwigs. Maybe later, someday, the newlywed dreamed, but the cargo ship with gold and diamonds was firmly stranded. Even couture outfits on the proceeds from the sale of real estate cannot be purchased. When the situation finally cleared up, when it became clear that this was the limit of Berkovich's capabilities, there came an acute desire to satisfy sensual hunger no matter what. To implement the audacious plan, Mama transgressed immediately. As soon as rumors reached her, Zabrodan, a scoundrel, planned to marry. The feeling of ownership of the resource she personally needed, multiplied by an unrealized desire for intimacy with him, with Zabrodan, forced her to launch the energy of passion, Kundalini, which was bubbling, trying to pour out anywhere and anywhere, even in her own office in the presence of wealthy clients. Seducing her ex-husband was not difficult. When leaving, Mom forgot to remove her husband from the doll. I've been out in the wild and will be. It's time to go back to Mommy, to the stall. The unlucky bride was defeated, discredited, crushed, and Irina received a prize with an accidental bonus. Zabrodan was hungry, illegible, so he swallowed the appetizing bait right away. Andrei almost lost his mind after the first romantic date with pictures. I didn't dare to dream about such methods of erotic massage. The internet taught Irina Timofeevna this in the absence of real sex. You'll lick your fingers. An experienced batch of love joys caused a flurry of delight, followed by unbridled passionate mating, if not every day, then every other day. It turned out that the ecstasy of love increases many times if you meet secretly, fearing publicity and exposure. Adrenaline boiled, inflated. Zabrodan was excessively playful, uncontrollably strong, reckless, inventive, reckless, not like before. True, there was one thing: he chronically had no money. He had to feed his lover, give some clothes, give pocket money so that he could buy wine there, various sweets, flowers for the entourage. Romance is so difficult. Stormy passion in a quiet pool ended suddenly. Irishka felt something bringing a vicious love affair to a new, life-giving level. A new life stirred in her womb. Mom had to come out of the shadows, confess adultery to her husband, return to her former spouse, repent, and again become an ordinary bastard, not a princess of blood at all, while retaining her usual social status as a fake, but well-off hostess of the agency as an unexpectedly pleasant prize. It was a little different without the influential guardianship of the Berkoviches, but you can live, or rather survive. Yes, you have to pay for stupidity. Irina easily adapted to changing conditions, was able to analyze, nurture grandiose plans, the implementation of which is a matter of time. Berkovich is not the only sucker in the sublunary world. You need to wait a little. On the agenda, in the priority list, in the first place, pregnancy. Ilyusha was born prematurely, weighing less than a kilogram and not quite alive, practically lifeless. Resuscitated, came out. However, the consequences caught up with the baby a little later. Before the age of 5, the boy underwent 3 serious operations, one of which on the thyroid gland. The child grew up sickly, frail, but smart and overly pragmatic. He was born into a mom. Ilya could put together mosaics, intricate figures from designers for weeks, enthusiastically, methodically collected collections of everything in the world, had a penchant for perfect order, and seriously suffered from increased anxiety if something was wrong in his personal space. Fortunately, general health eventually returned to normal. Ilya developed emotionally, mentally, and physically rapidly. Everyone loved him, but the teenager felt lonely. The reason for this is the continuous conflicts of parents, turning into military actions every now and then. Mom demanded economic and financial activity from her father. In vain. The man believed, not without reason, that they have everything. The woman had a different opinion. The couple increasingly and aggressively sorted out the relationship, turning into a silent protest on her part and beer riots with his. Reconciled in bed. Ilyusha kept to himself, shunned friends, but became interested in sports, especially basketball, which was facilitated by the rapid growth in height, quite beyond his age. By the age of 15, the boy stretched to 1.80 meters. The coaches were delighted. Training and intensive study made it possible not to participate in the family drama that was the background of his whole life. At home, the teenager put headphones on his head, plunged into the virtual world, until one day something happened. Hormonal restructuring of the body revealed something unexpected. It turns out there are so many seductively pleasant girls around who have everything differently. In the 8th grade, Ilya fell in love for the first time. With a red-haired classmate, Alya Danilova, an active sports fan. For the sake of the charmer, he learned to demonstrate such virtuoso baubles with a basketball that the audience was delighted. Not only to turn, he took the girls' attention on his own, mastered the guitar, sang a little with a breaking, intriguing shy baby voice, composed songs in her honor. Charming a naive girlfriend turned out to be not so difficult. The fairy tale lasted for 2 months. Lovers surprisingly spread around themselves some mysterious substance that excites everyone who is ripe, who is ready for the test of sweet anesthesia. Yesterday you were not noticed, and today, when you walked with a broad-shouldered handsome man on your arm, when your eyes lit up with the radiance of the energy of love, and the nondescript bud outside turned into a beautiful flower under the influence of vitamins of happiness, everyone wants to inhale a little of the exquisite aroma of fragrant hair. Of the charmer, taste a drop of magic nectar from the mouth-watering virgin lips. So it happened this time. Excited bumblebees and male bees circled around the girl, a choice appeared. She got carried away. Alas, not by him. Disappointment was a cruel lesson. The boy survived, but the injection of betrayal gave rise to a defensive reaction in the form of tough teenage cynicism. There was nothing to stand on ceremony, that experienced teammates advised the rejected lover, to whom the shy admirer in a burst of naive revelation told the reason for the nervous breakdown: forget it. Girls need to be tamed with sex. Try and see. Ilya used the advice. The fragile porcelain baby, Ritochka Malutna, was intrigued by the teenager's ostentatious adulthood and the fact that he still bore the seal of an outcast lover, whom the girl wanted to caress, pity. This is how the maternal instinct, instilled from the cradle, works. Of course, it was too early for her to participate in experiments that were too obscene for a tender age, but if it is necessary for happiness, the baby is ready for any sacrifice. Is it possible not to trust a loved one? The honeymoon season lasted until the end of the school year. In the summer, the girl's parents moved to a new place of residence, too far away to be able to meet. The lovers sobbed, merging in the last ecstasy. Ilya wanted to run away with his girlfriend, but he was not so simple as to understand. It's not worth going all out, even in the name of passionate love. They corresponded and called back all summer. The boy suffered. The new academic year brought new events, new acquaintances. Ilya, in the sense of intimate physiology, turned into a man. Now he, who had known adult pleasures, needed an intimate discharge. Ritochka's new lover, girlfriend, Vera Sokolova, offered herself. Zabrodan, she whispered, inviting Ilya to dance, can't you see that I'm in love? Prove it, the youngster demanded cynically. Tell me how. Can't you guess? And you, do you love me? I like you. Can I think about it? Mom had her own apartment, compensation for divorce from the Berkowiches. Dad had his own. No one lived in it, but everything was there, a refrigerator, a TV, a sofa. Not to say that they forgot about this corner, it was just a spare airfield, where Dad sometimes escaped from Mom's hysteria in alcoholic oblivion. The parent was on shift. Verochka doubted whether it was worth risking. The fear of being deceived, inspired from childhood, pressed, but the desire to be not just a schoolgirl with touching pigtails, but the official girlfriend of Ilya Zabrodan, winner of mathematical Olympiads, musician, athlete, and a real macho, overcame agonizing fluctuations. The innocent child allowed the idol to do everything with herself, only she did not participate in it. She lay, neither alive nor dead, with closed eyes and stiff lips, obeying the inevitable. In bed, the boy showed himself to be a skillful, gentle, dexterous lover. He liked the excitingly voluptuous process, but the relationship with his girlfriend in everyday life was not particularly warm. Ilya was not indifferent, he was just afraid to boil his soul, remembering the pain that betrayal brings. He himself unconditionally observed ritual fidelity, did not allow a fleeting thought even of innocent flirting with other girls. The girl went out of her way trying to please her beloved, and he tacitly took her care for granted, without showing an emotional reaction, with an indifferently stony face. For her, the young man was the only one. The first, for Ilya Verotchka, was another step, a separate line in the statistical list. It is clear that thinking in adolescence about something solid, global in terms of a common future is not quite serious, but to say, showing participation, "I love you," necessary. The girl was tormented by uncertainty for a long time until she realized that this is not love, she is just being used. The parting was painful, long. For Ilya, too. The young man could not figure out, in any way, what's wrong. After all, he does not show claims, is not jealous, does not arrange scandals and showdowns, does not cast lustful glances at girlfriends. Is it not clear that it is tempestuous to show emotions, to repeat day and night about love and something? Oh, what a romantic to portray, signs of primitiveness. You trust me, I trust you. I'm fine with you. If you're bored, tell me, I'll play, I'll sing. I need you. You also need a shirt, a shoe, a fountain pen, even toilet paper. You treat all these subjects with sufficient respect, but you do not express feelings for them. I'm like toothpaste for you, like a bar of soap, used, rinsed, put in place and forgot until the next need. I'm a girl, I want love. You are an insensitive blockhead. Only in bed a lover wakes up in you. Note, not a lover, a lover. You loved Ritka, Alya loved, but I don't. It's not like that. I love how I can. My parents are not capable of it. Like looking into the water. After another protracted confrontation, Dad drank, Mom went on a spree, not hesitating to show up with lovers, more often very young. Later Irina filed for divorce. The parents began to live separately. The sex center in Dad's apartment was closed for quarantine, and Ilya did not see any other reason to meet with his girlfriend. The relationship with Vera mysteriously dissolved, but one-time undemanding girlfriends appeared, who perfectly understood what was required of them. Alas, fleeting relationships did not bring the necessary discharge. Sex was, but something very important, to know what, was not. Ilyuka was covered by a wave of apathy for a long time. Sports no longer caused a desire to live. He even started drinking occasionally, didn't look at the girls, convincing himself of their original, genetic depravity. Even if Mom, does things that talk about others, Ilya did not blame himself, because he did everything right from beginning to end. Once, when it became absolutely unbearable, the young man decided to brighten up the loneliness in the bar. It wasn't in his rules, but he didn't see any other way out. After drinking a couple of strong cocktails, Ilya got drunk. It was boring to look at the audience indifferently. He wanted to leave. At that moment an adult woman invited him to dance. It's hard to remember why he was pulled apart for revelation, but it happened. Ilya for the first time in his life selflessly poured out his soul to a complete stranger, a woman, a mother. Why not try to stir her up, Ilya decided. The mother is flirting with the youngsters. Maybe there is something in this. It's late for one, early for the other, and together it's a buzz. I tried. Liked. The woman was able to deliver both simple and unconventional pleasure. It turned me on so much that I didn't have the strength to stop. Victoria Leonidovna was divorced, she was raising 2 teenagers alone. How hot she was. It's a shame to show up with her in public, but at her house, when the kids went to their room, they could experiment as much as they wanted. What seemed vicious, shameful, ignited not childishly. Life was getting better. Ilya started winning Olympiads again, playing in the district basketball team, composing songs, but one day hopelessness returned, although there was no apparent reason for this. It just got boring again, lonely, even with her, with Vika. The young man began to notice stretch marks on her body, deep wrinkles, fatigue in her eyes and much, much more. That day, as usual, he squeezed Vika in the hallway, impatiently unbuttoned her blouse, climbed under her skirt, kissed her passionately, and felt nothing. It was incomprehensible, strange. The woman, giggling and rejoicing, got into the shower, sent him to bed, quickly. Ilya undressed, got into bed, even got excited, but waited for Vika. The happy woman slipped under the blanket, and he suddenly got stuck. "Fuck you," the young man suddenly yelled, painfully slapping her wet ass, jumped out of bed, quickly pulled on his clothes, and was gone, not realizing what had come over him. Ilya never came to this apartment again. To be honest, he was bored, and inventively, in his own way. To cause a pleasant languor, it was enough to be alone with himself, turn off the light, sit down more comfortably, close his eyes. Enjoyment is guaranteed. Vika appeared in an illusory space, without delay, began to conjure over his body sensitive to caresses. Ilya knew where the woman would start, how she would caress, where to touch. Hurry, strain, there was no need. In the new reality, her presence became optional, rather it was a hindrance. The partner's desire also ceased to be a necessary attribute of passion. Ilya drove himself. With the ghost of love, you could talk, argue. This Vika knew what was good, what was bad, how to give herself, how to give pleasure, what and when to respond. The girls were still interested in him. Vika also periodically made attempts to meet, even Vera, having calmed down, made eyes. He no longer needed anyone. He hated his father for passivity and drunkenness, despised his mother for greed and lust, rejected all women in the world for their depraved nature, for the desire to make a pack donkey out of a peasant tied by an erect tip. Such a life is not for him. There is mathematics, there is sports, nothing more is required for happiness. And women, let them look for simpletons living with passions and lust. He's not like that. It's enough for him, that wiki that never sleeps. If there is a desire and a bit of cheerfulness, you just have to stretch out your right hand, help yourself a little, then a little more. Here is such a difficult story, happened at the age of 18 boys. You say, it doesn't happen. You are wrong. Feelings, like everything else in the earthly veil, there is no need to save, they cannot be sacrificed. Love must be valued, saved, cherished. Maybe then it will be enough for a long time. Illusion and reality. I was riding in a minibus, driven by a puny and bloodless dashing bearded man. He was clearly in a hurry somewhere. He was making turns, then braking sharply, showing discontent in an incomprehensible guttural language, and gesticulating furiously like a third-rate actor. Passengers were shaken from side to side. Someone screamed in pain, butting a neighbor once again, others bumped into tougher obstacles. The audience wisely kept quiet, no one wanted to run into trouble in an attempt to reason with a bully. Judging by the behavior, the driver was furious or under a narcotic drug. Everyone wanted one thing: the child of the mountains would have jumped to the nearest stop faster and calmed down. They jumped out of the cabin so quickly and amicably that a crush formed at the exit. I was knocked over backwards by a girl as tall as a thimble. I managed to group up, landed quite gently on the palm of my hand. Thumbelina was less lucky. The baby grabbed me by the neck, but seriously injured her nose, hitting my trained nape. Blood gushed out instantly. Goodbye favorite tracksuit, a gift from a once much-loved woman. The girl held her nose with both palms, leaned forward, but her outfit was hopelessly ruined. The Gidget at the wheel, having dropped off the last passenger, took off from the spot so as not to fall under the distribution. A bit of prudence in his curly head still remained. People were fussing around. Someone offered a hemostatic pencil, someone wet wipes and tips. One of the most vigilant and advanced viewers managed to summon an outfit of law enforcement officers, explaining that a hefty fellow, that is, I, beat a schoolgirl in front of the crowd. The patrol arrived in a couple of minutes. No one wanted to understand anything. They grabbed me, slapped me several times on the kidneys with a democratizer, handcuffed me and threw me into a patrol car like a bag of sawdust. The girl screamed, tried to explain something. In vain. The guards needed statistics of detentions and protocols. It was unreasonable from their point of view to miss a lucky chance to curry favor. Then she went on the offensive, demanding that she be placed in a funnel, smearing the uniform of the most aggressive policeman, apparently the senior attire, with blood for persuasiveness, the owner of the very baton that was used on my back. The schoolgirl, later it turned out that we were the same age, was roughly pushed into my back compartment, intended for violators of order, so as not to inadvertently spoil the sterile cleanliness of the police transport. My name is Dina. The girl gave her palm for acquaintance. They will dance with me. My dad is a police captain. I'm going to call him now. Tell me your last name. Hey, you, which department are you taking us to? Dad, it's like this. I was pushed into a patrol car on Karaviv, right from the bus stop. Me and Demon Igor Pavlovich. He's not to blame for anything, honestly. Details then. Help out. There is no point in telling about what happened in the department. Many people have encountered the brute force of our punitive bodies. Everyone else has seen brave cops in the movies. The Papa Captain did not make noise, but in the eyes of the guilty guards there was despondency, diluted with obsequiousness. How much do we owe you for the suit? Dad asked. It was force majeure. Dina also suffered. Unfortunately, I can't take you home, young man. Service, but the taxi is at my expense. And don't argue with your elders. I hope to see you again. I hope so too. Shyly playing with miniature shoulders, Dina whispered uncertainly, but instantly concentrated, give those smartphone for a minute. So in my phone there was an entry marked Dina Mukina. Pressing a key, and my number was displayed on her device. I will definitely call Igor. Definitely. Strange, I almost didn't remember her. Only a modest, chaste, in fact and feeling, the smell of hair and an inquisitive, interested look. Of course, I was late everywhere that day. However, I managed to take the suit to the dry cleaners. In the evening I got a call from Alina, the girl who once gave it to me. I don't remember if we had love or an obsession, but the memory of those days was vivid and vivid. 100 days or so of boundless happiness. Alina is a girl terribly appetizing, sexually liberated, sweet, but slightly loose and extremely amorous. All in a row. That's why we parted. My beloved one was not enough. And then. Rings. Strange. Garrick, my love, found out. You can't imagine how much I missed. Let's meet. Alina, Are you not confusing anything? We ran away. It's been so long. Because you yourself. Ha! You think I don't know, you still love me. I love you too. Standard situation. Who doesn't do stupid things nowadays? I had to try the options. Life is a moment between the past and the future. Seize the moment, be happy. Am I not right? Girls like me, don't roll on the road. Don't break. Come on, be brave, my knight. I promise, fireworks of romantic positivity and all that. Why me? You're the best. I'll close my eyes and see the rest when I meet. Cafe, somersault of the moon, on Ostrovsky. Table is booked. Live music, dancing. You and me. I don't know why I agreed. Something pleasant, warm, exciting surfaced in my soul. Better than with Alina, I've never been with anyone. Perhaps an intriguing subtext worked magically, the promise of something eerily seductive, which I dreamed about so much, and now, you can say it has come true. Consciousness stopped, gave a signal of discomfort, but something more powerful was demanding to go on a date. To analyze, turn on logic, build linear algorithms, there was neither strength nor desire. Suddenly, it's a jackpot, unexpected, long-awaited luck. By nature, I am not a gambler, excitement is not my element. Probably something was messed up by internal chemistry, taking fleeting excitement for a serious reason to believe in the seriousness of the proposal. I put Alina and Dina next to each other for a second. If we consider the exterior, aesthetic, so to speak, decorations, Dina was eliminated in the competitive race immediately. But why did I think about the girl at all in such a context? That's the question. She didn't promise anything. Doubts gnawed all the way, but it was worth seeing Alina, as the frequency of romantic fluctuations of the mental pendulum sharply resonated with her intimate radiations. I must have missed you incredibly. She was incomparable, seductive, desirable. How could I not swim, seeing such a luxurious treat at a touch distance? Something zealous jumped up, started dancing. My head was spinning, my muscles were stiff, imagining the deliciously trembling intimate tension. Her carnivorous gaze, the seductive ripeness of convex forms, the genetic memory of the body, shamelessly attracting feminine fragrance to bliss, all the arguments in favor of Alina, who was beautiful and accessible as never before. I knew it, Garrick, I knew I would impress you. I wanted to immediately, right now, hug, kiss. Hurry up, she whispered, stopping me with a gesture. Everything will be, otherwise, why meet? Matured. Let me see enough. How long have we not seen each other? I was stunned. Let's drink a little, just a little, to warm up, Alina asked, sitting down opposite. Can we dance first? How predictable are you, demon? Hasn't changed at all. I bet you anything, now you'll start sniffing your hair, press it so that the bones will crack, then I'll feel something pulsating, hot in my stomach. Don't get started, we have plenty of time. Then I'll move to you. It is possible. I sat down next to him, shoulder to shoulder, ordered a couple of strong cocktails to start with, fruit salads and a bottle of red martini. Do you remember, my beloved? Alina rubbed her cheek against my cheek. Tell me about yourself. Did you remember? Only honestly. Or cursed. Why stir up the past? Do you think we have a real one? Are you alone? Where do you work? Both studying and working. I don't want to lag behind progress. I have a good track record, I have a chance to get my laboratory. And on the personal front, it didn't work out. However, I didn't try. You gave me a great hard time. How amazing your hair smells. I can't believe we're back together, that we can probably become a couple again. Well, I'm sorry, Garrick. I'm wrong. Nothing, we'll catch up. With interest, I'll give everything that you lost through my fault. Beloved, Alina put her hand on my knee. I shuddered. Is this an apology, a provocation, a game, what? How to behave? Pulling the girl to him, he chastely kissed her neck. The velvety skin excited fantasies, beckoned with the opportunity to immediately plunge into the forgotten over time, but such an exciting ocean of pleasure. And yet the dance. I want to touch you with my whole body, feel the utmost closeness. You know, I learned to see with my eyes closed, to see you, to touch, smell, interact, feel. I understood the main thing: everything bad, everything good, between two people, begins with the fact that one believes the other. Just like that, because otherwise it can't. Thoughts were confused in my head. Alina kept me at a distance, as if she was looking closely, as if she was afraid to make a mistake, to trust. So it seemed. The same thing happened to me, but my imagination persistently painted a positive image, excluding other options. 2 times a shell does not fall into one funnel. So they say. I became unbearably hot. There was nothing to breathe. Let's get out of here, I suggested, unable to restrain the desire to dig into her amazing lips with a kiss. Alina again put her palm on my knee, shifted it to the center and down, weightlessly touched the most intimate. Wow, my Mustang hooves. Commendable. Let's sit here for a while, it's so cute, so cozy. I want you too. I'm just dying of desire, but we're not children. We need to be able to wait, to be able to pacify desires. We will work up an appetite and then. I didn't understand what she was talking about. My hand was allowed to dive under my blouse, my lips were allowed to explore my neck, ear, bare shoulder. It tickles, Garrick, be careful with your ear, you don't want me right here, right now, you know what I mean, this is the most sensitive intimate point. You are so nice, so touching. How I missed you. My hand persistently explored the tight tummy, got to the clasp of the bra, which for some reason turned out to be in front, unbuttoned. What was happening to me cannot be described in words. I was on the verge of a foul. Feeling the tense cherry of the nipple, instantly fell into nirvana. It was a knockout. As an athlete, I knew that in order to continue the fight without being defeated, the defeated fighter has only 9 seconds. They were not enough. I suffocated. Disqualified, Garrick. Stop it, they're looking at us. Are you pleased? You're flattering a man's ego, you libertine. I won't hide it, you've always turned me on, and now, after a long time out, I'm just satanic from the proximity. Why did we go to a cafe? We had to start with the main thing, and then get to know each other again when we relieve the tension. Okay, next time we'll do it. Pay off, let's go to you. Next time, unsuccessful figure of speech. We're not going to break up again, are we? As luck would have it, there was no taxi. The weather is chilly, windy. We hugged to keep warm. This time I was shaken thoroughly. I have not tasted such delicious lips since that memorable day when Alina said that she had seriously fallen in love with another, that it was time to part. Why did I remember that? Oh, yes. At the sweetest moment, her phone rang. "Don't answer," I asked, but Alina didn't listen. "What, when did you say, you've already arrived?" "But, you said, really it was impossible to warn." "Okay, I got it. Don't shout. I'm on my way, my beloved." "Buy wine. Martini. Kisses." "Sorry, Garrick, it didn't work out." My girlfriend looked through the eyes of a naive, enchanted schoolgirl. "I'm sorry, I didn't know, I thought he was gone, for good." And it turned out like that. "Don't worry. Do you want me to give you money for a taxi? To part friends again, in reserve, just in case, when it's lonely, and new impressions are not expected?" "Rave. I don't want to see you ever again, to forget you forever, to erase from my memory like a mistake in a draft. I wonder which instance is on the bill." "Okay, what am I talking about? Live happily." It hurt me, it hurt so much that my legs refused to make the usual movements. It doesn't matter how long I sat motionless at the bus stop. Pulled out of oblivion call. I, without looking, clicked off. There was no desire to interact with anyone. I wanted to dissolve without a trace in space and time, to become a kind of homeopathic remedy that every hopelessly in love needs to take as a sedative. Will not help and okay. The call was repeated, then again. What the hell, not up to you. Life is a somersault, like that moon from the name of the cafe. Igor, I'm sorry, it's probably too late for a call, it's Dina. Dina, the pioneer who saved me from the clutches of bloodthirsty cops. How glad I am to hear from you, especially now. I am completely free. You said about a date, didn't you hear right? I'm so lonely, I want to talk to you so much. And I'm not a schoolgirl at all. If you want to know, I'm 23 years old, and I liked you. Very. Where are you now? Ostrovsky Street, and you? I'm on Samashko, 23rd house, 3rd entrance, 7th floor. With elevator. Mom is in a sanatorium, Dad is on days. Come. I have so much to tell you. I can cook something delicious. Do you think it's okay to invite a strange man to visit at night? Dad approved your candidacy, if that's what you mean. He has intuition and experience. Said that you are reliable. Then let's do this, get dressed, I'll be waiting downstairs. When I get there, I'll call. Where are we going? Does it matter where to get acquainted? Dress warmer. How did you call in time? Don't call, don't. Svetka, Svechalek, it's really you, Artem exulted, grabbing the woman by the hands. I'm so glad to see you. Let me see. Lost weight, blossomed. Tan Nenashensky, overseas. Caribbean, probably, or Greece. Green-eyed, sideways. Wow. It always seemed to me that your eyes were gray. How many years have we not seen each other? Spin around, and, amazing, charming, beautiful. I'm a fool, just got it. 12, theme, 200 years have passed. You've changed. Grown up or something. In the shoulders there were wrinkles around the eyes. Snow-white shirt, commendable grooming, confidence in the look, a wonderful masculine fragrance. Man with a pepper. And take your hands away, and don't look at me like you're undressing, like you're a python, and I'm a banderlog dreaming of becoming your dinner. I am a passionate but modest woman. Married, by the way. I have 2 sons. Are you flirting? Bragging or teasing? I can answer the same. I have a young wife, 2 daughters, Diana and Sveta, by the way. Apartment, car, cottage. Why are you defending yourself, or attacking? The woman looked at her vis-a-vis in a strange way, became alert. The skin on her chest instantly acquired a mottled crimson hue. Did you say light? Why? What's the big deal? Yes, I always liked this bright name. What surprises you? Okay, relax, what are you really? Glad. You're doing well. It's good because, are you happy? Are the children big, adults? Ramka, 11. Topic 6. I haven't forgotten, so. And I, also, remember everything. You fed the swan with your hand, and her boyfriend got jealous, probably. He grabbed your hand and dropped it into the water. I also got it from him while pulling out. You were standing on the shore, flowing, all so confused, wet, angry. You were wearing a thin lemon-colored dress that stuck to your body. It didn't hide anything, on the contrary, it highlighted intimate details. I'm fascinated looking at your amazing breasts. So that's where you were looking. I never would have thought what you had your eye on. I thought I fell in love. Of course, I fell in love. One thing does not interfere with the other. Then I brought you home. You sat in the bathtub for an hour, quietly roaring. I heard. Only then it dawned on me that you were embarrassed to come out, that you understood why I was looking at you so carefully. Then I knocked, offered a towel, my mother's robe. You were so funny in it, so cute. You also looked funny, you made faces, laughed at random and chatted. I was embarrassed, I wanted to run away, but the dress and hair did not dry in any way. Then you offered to dry with a hairdryer, and yourself helped burn the dress with an iron. I didn't know that the iron sticks. And then I found a way out, agree. I liked you even more in my shirt and jeans. And my mom sewed a new dress. Yes, Artem, your mother is a wonderful needlewoman, but it's time for me to go home. Children, you know, household, husband. Svetochka, please, let's sit in a cafe. We haven't seen each other for 12 years. I'm in such a mood right now, such playful. Are you planning a rematch? I see where you're staring, you're going to wipe the hole. Are you missing a wife? And here she is, I missed. You're also, like the old one, but completely different. Magical, right? I know without you that time does not paint. And men are still drooling, there is no end of philanderers. Are you licking your lips? Mom didn't raise a berry for you. We are strangers, the topic. Well, you give the light. What a stranger you are to me. 5 years, 1,917 days, we were married, and how many days and nights we just kissed like that. Have you really forgotten everything? Wow, a mathematician, calculated. Maybe you were stalking me, preparing to snare me in advance. Let's say I remember some things, including some juicy details, but, listen, have you forgotten why you and I got divorced? Why? How should I know? You came, angry as a fury, punched me in the face, said that everything was over between us, and did not explain anything. And you're all so white, fluffy, nothing to do with it at all. Said you're crazy and that's it. Until now, neither sleep nor spirit. To fall through the ground, there were no sins for me, neither big nor small. Wings have not grown, but there is nothing to repent of. Well, Anne, you threw a pot of hot tea at me. Got it? Light. I don't want to turn a pleasant romantic date into an interrogation. I'm on such an appetizing wave right now. How do I explain to you? This, remember, the boy I was barefoot in a boat swaying over the waves. The girl with the loose braid. Oh, I touched your curls with my lips. It was, I don't argue. More than once it was. 12 years ago we were one. In a previous life, the theme. I'm not up to love rehearsals now. I'm an adult. And smart. You mean you've never loved? So you're lying. I kissed you, you squinted like a kitten, purred, caressed. You have a dot on your earlobe, when I touched it with my lips, you flew away. With you, no, with us, this was happening. Every night, every day. I didn't cheat on you. Yes, I remembered. I think I remembered. I was suffocating without you, drying up. With you. I envied myself, I was so happy. 1,000 years ago. Then, one morning I woke up, maybe from the wrong foot, everything annoyed me then, music, dancing, touching, hugging, your voice, this very love, rejoicing about and without orgasms. And you're all so happy, smiling, already disgusting. I feel bad, but you feel good. Is that right? So I decided. I didn't care, they would change, no. Offended. Here are those on. And now in a different way, now are you happy with that, with the other, or with the third? I got confused. At first I suffered for no clear reason. I was afraid that someday you would stop loving me. I dreamed about it every night. Then I felt like I didn't care. Probably tired of being afraid. After the divorce, she moved to another city. Why did you let me go? Why didn't you find me? Lyosha didn't stand on ceremony with me, he made all the decisions for me, didn't ask about anything. I don't even know if I loved him or not. Obeyed. Got used to the fact that he has the right. The husband is rude, but reliable. Something I felt for nothing. Stupidity is. The main thing in life is trust, comfort and stability, and love, all sorts of sweet vanilla thoughts, passion, excitement and awe are for snotty boys and pimply girls with pigtails. We hurried to become adults, because we made mistakes. Now we have grown up, Artem. It's too late to change fate when other people depend on any rash step, those to whom you owe your life. Do you regret anything? Never, ever. Only, honestly. Are you talking about sweet dreams, obsessive visions, about other exciting stuff? As without her. I loved you, Tomochka, even as I loved. This is not to forget. Of course, I dream about you. I still imagine in detail our chaste and immodest dates. But more often I meet you accidentally in a dream and die of fear that you won't call, hug, turn away. But it doesn't mean anything now. Now I'm scared because I see that I'm ready to call. It's not for nothing that they say, be afraid of your dream, it can come true. Don't do it. Pity. Although, to be completely honest, I'm not ready to change my life globally either, because I can't stand someone else's pain. I love my girls, it's important. You just don't tell your husband anything about our meeting. There's no need to give a reason for jealousy. And yourself, don't do anything stupid yourself. I know you can make a storm in a cup of tea. Would you be offended if I kissed you? As a sister, as a kindred spirit. Sveta froze, pressed her lips tightly, turned pale, but with all her appearance she showed readiness to obey or something. She couldn't resist. An infinitely long kiss, ardent, passionate, made an indelible impression on her. The earth was leaving under her feet, spinning and bucking. The former spouses have never experienced such a trembling feeling before. It was much sweeter than the first youthful kiss. A series of romantic images and scenes flashed before my eyes, a host of emotional impulses convulsed excited bodies, contradictory thoughts tore sensitive souls to shreds. Both felt like conspirators, heretics. Shaken, they did not dare to separate their embraces for a long time, were shy to look into each other's eyes, did not let go of their clasped hands. Both understood that the hour of truth had come. It was time to finally and irrevocably put all the dots where they needed to, finally stifle emotional fervor, and once and for all with sentimental fantasies and seductive decorations, which were generously furnished with nostalgic memories. Who are they to each other now, after today's meeting, lovers? How wrong it is. It would be better if this did not happen. Or is it not better? Alas, life is a constructor of paradoxes, an unsolvable, formless logical construction, a puzzle that cannot be unraveled without first breaking into pieces. Everything in it, everything, from the first breath to the last resting place, is unreasonable, absurd, unfair. Sveta felt that in a moment more tears would be shed, that she was running out of strength to resist something very strong inside. She broke away, ran, then came back, without looking, handed a business card. Don't call, don't. You are welcome. The woman disappeared into the minibus, where she gave free rein to the feelings that engulfed her whole being, turning away to the window, and the man in a frozen pose could not move for a long time. At home, he locked himself in his room, sad, reading his favorite poems, in one way or another connected with her, who was never out of love, the very first woman in his life, whom fate allowed him to touch again, perhaps for the last time. They say men don't cry. Lie. Reading the poetic lines of Vadim Kavin, what difference does it make what will happen and how many stones are waiting for me and who will betray and who will condemn, while you laugh in me? When the loss is hurt, someday, when it comes, I will remember the laughter, your color, your look, and I will have enough for a long time. Artem, bursting into tears, reflected on the meaning of life, about fatal mistakes that could not be made if you trust and believe, if you understand that you need to be able to forgive simple human weaknesses. On the table lay a business card of a beloved woman with someone else's surname, demanding to broadcast a distress signal, the opportunity to call an ambulance. She has not forgotten me, Artyom reasoned. I will remember her, always. Isn't that happiness? What really made us break up? Why were we so stupid, so unreasonable, narrow-minded, stubborn? How to live now, knowing that everything could have been different? What else could change? It is only necessary to dial the cherished number. About an obedient woman and a quiet harbor. Shook Seryoga around the world. I've seen a lot of things. I've been everywhere, I've known everything, little by little tasted, sweet and vicious, bitter and exciting, seductive, desirable, disgusting, even creepy and scary. He valued freedom and independence more than life itself. He sacrificed love more than once, ruthlessly extracting insidious fragments of inexplicably enveloping attraction from a heart wounded by persistent feminine tenderness in order to inhale another breath of fresh air somewhere out there, on the dusty paths of distant roads, although he knew for sure that you would not breathe enough for the future. The wanderer, fascinated by new impressions, endured loneliness quite easily. Provided constancy, on the contrary, experienced anxiety and helplessness in one place. Probably he originally had a dream, an idea, a big desired goal. He definitely had, but it was not easy to remember about it, and is it necessary? Sarega hadn't been attached to anything for a long time. He didn't appreciate anything at all, except for a battered guitar, a special backpack made for an expensive penny in shape, and a leather-bound diary that kept memories that needed to be forgotten. The battered pages remembered the very thing, which made the sternum ache painfully, and there was a desire to immediately, right now, once and for all complete the earthly path. Even now he did not know where he was heading, because he was not expected anywhere. The main thing was to move, to step firmly with his feet and not think ahead, which was also another test. Absurdly obsessive thoughts were randomly swarming in my head, creating an incessant annoying background. I need to eat something, throw a mortal body somewhere for the night. However, Sarega was not spoiled. To feel happy, just a little is enough. If you don't bother with the deeper meanings of everything, don't philosophize in vain. He knew almost everything about fortune and fate. Gambling with fate is an occupation for madmen and idiots. I knew, but every time I lit up with a new model to achieve enlightenment, which invariably led to another catastrophe or plunged into a ringing void. And now Saryoga was running either from himself or from the inevitability, without thinking about why and where. The unconscious was leading along a familiar route, to where it all started, to his father's house, from which only the address remained. His parents had moved to the churchyard a long time ago. He had no one else, except Sarega did not have time to get married, but he knew for sure that he had a daughter. A photo of a girl who surprisingly found him in the taiga on the Puturana plateau was enclosed in his diary. What for? Hand trembled, couldn't throw. Yulka is funny like this, with tiny pigtails, a mischievous look and a freckled nose. Now she should be about 16. An adult at all. I wonder how she looks now. However, what difference does it make? He has never seen her, she most likely knows nothing about him. Let it stay that way. There is nothing to reopen old wounds. There are enough non-healing scars that are stored in the damned diary. Sarega barely squeezed into the center of the car. He thought that he would have to breathe stale air in the crush, but he was lucky. After a few stops, a good half of the car was released. He managed to sit by the window. The familiar landscape was depressing. Unsolicited memories pressed on the psyche. Yes, he never found the totality of meanings, did not know the innermost secrets, did not gain wisdom, although he looked into all the cracks. Questions and claims to fate accumulated a whole bunch, but no answers. To distract from annoying experiences, new impressions are needed. There, outside the window, Sarega knew every bump. So you need to focus on everyday events. He began to inquisitively study fellow travelers. Each character, there are so many of them, all different, this is a separate fate. Shifting his gaze from one passenger to another, Sarega came across a girl sitting in the next compartment, on the contrary, in the company of young people like her. Judging by the date in the calendar, most likely they were school graduates or institute applicants. 5 girls and 1 boy, incompetently strumming something romantic, sentimental and snotty on guitar strings. He would have played much more sensually. Oh, how many girls and young women were fascinated by his voice, how many he skillfully comforted after friendly gatherings. None, alas, touched the strings of the soul so much that there was a desire to dissolve, forget about everything. If feelings interfere with freedom, then it's not love, but so. Spit and rub. Sarega winced. Why lie? It happened, and more than once, when I had to tear up alive, with blood. Fool. Maybe life would have turned out differently if I had been able to believe. The boy sang a sensual ballad in a low voice, The impressed listeners were thrilled with delight, empathizing with the performer. I carried my misfortune through the spring on the ice. The ice broke, the soul broke, straying from the rhythm, the young man inspired his girlfriends to tears. Sergei was unnerved by the flaws of the game and the primitiveness of the vocals. This was his element. He did not even notice his gestures. With facial expressions and recognizable finger movements, he corrected the performer's technique. I realized my interference in someone else's work because I met the gaze of the one I was looking at so carefully a few minutes ago. I even composed some literary details about her person. The girl was, to be honest, so, nothing special, if not for the radiant eyes full of sincere emotions and a mischievous, special kind of puppy delight. She looked dazzling, bright in her simple dress, despite the absence of what is now considered beauty. It is clear that the main advantage of young virgins is youth and freshness, but there was something else, inexplicable, mysterious, which made her stand out from the crowd. Masha is good, but not ours, Seryoga involuntarily thought and immediately became embarrassed, although he had never been shy. Where are my 17 years? Probably his thoughts were read in a running line on his face. Otherwise, why did the girl look at him so sincerely, smiled, but like the song? Long-forgotten romantic chords sounded inside, something ached pleasantly. Here's a minx. In vain, she opens her soul to the first person she meets. Deceived after all. Such an immediate, sincere, native. I wish I could fall in love with her. He smiled too. The girl noticed, blushed, embarrassedly covered her mouth with her palms. Serega turned around in search of someone to whom such an emotional reaction could be intended, but he did not find anyone worthy of attention. So. Smiles at him. 17 years. As my daughter, he thought briefly, but the body reacted quite differently, not in a fatherly way, otherwise. The minx's attention was awakened by very contradictory emotions, something nostalgic, terribly desirable and at the same time shameless. Serega suddenly remembered the word love. Weirdo with the letter M. She's a child. It was not possible to coordinate thoughts and actions. He smiled back, winked, sent a mock air kiss. The girl feigned surprise, asked a question with a gesture, me? From that moment, the hum of human presence, guitar ripples, the measured pounding of wheels disappeared without a trace. The silent dialogue continued. Serega forgot himself, fell into a surprisingly harmonious state in which nothing, not even age, mattered. This is how capercaillie behave at the spring current, they sing and flaunt. And so I drove, falling into an amazingly happy state that changed the world around me beyond recognition. Seryoga has not experienced such delight since those amazing days when a nurse confessed her love to him, recovering from a terrible injury, to whom he sang sensual ballads at night. By the way, he also performed Trouble more than once. And what did she do in response? Escaped, asshole. Scared of the consequences. If ever there will be a similar. Will there be, and if this is it, what graceful palms she has, how deliciously the girl is built, how young, attractive. The heart behaved somewhat strangely for an experienced heartthrob. It trembled, overflowing with weightlessness, like in a steam room after bathing in an ice hole in a creaking frost, when both smoke and light from the fire go straight to the zenith, to the Creator. Sweet languor beckoned with incompleteness. Everything else is not so difficult to think of. There are not enough songs to express to a sweet girl all that he feels here and now. On his hands he will wear. Yes, what's there? Everything is at her feet, everything is everything. For several endless minutes, Serega was godlessly twisted, as if he smoked a joint of dope, even stronger. Color pictures of a happy future flashed before my eyes. Everyday experience will help not to make mistakes. He will love so much, so the devils will feel sick. Every creature will be jealous. The girl was smiling. Sarega was delirious, imagining scenes of cloudless happiness in accelerated dynamics. He experienced a moment of intimacy, the first kiss, a declaration of love. For a few more minutes in, that's his stop. Damn, 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 his whole being screamed, forced to face an impossible choice. The wheel pairs creaked, the train stopped by braking, jerked, jumped and fell inside. Sarega fussed, grabbed a guitar, hurriedly put a backpack on his back. Averting his gaze to the side, he began hurriedly making his way through the crowd of passengers to the exit. I didn't have the strength not to look in her direction. I gave up. The girl got up, made an attempt to follow him. Sarega stopped her emotional outburst with an uncertain gesture. And how am I? The girl's gaze screamed, tears welling up in her eyes, because I believed you. The man again, for the umpteenth time, ran away at the most crucial moment. Maybe nothing serious would have happened, maybe it's an illusion of a sick imagination, but he didn't even try. Climbing onto the platform, Saryoga felt as if he had just escaped a knife blade, a feeling that he knows firsthand. His insides were shaking disgustingly, his legs were giving way, cold sweat was running down his face. Is it really me? The hapless philanderer was perplexed. Look at you, it's like sausage, as if for the very first time. I dreamed something. Nothing, Saryoga, nothing, we will break through. Here I will find Yulia, I will claim her paternal rights, I will find myself a quiet obedient woman, I will arrange a cozy harbor. We will live. I'll get a job. And where to live, where to live? Without a reliable and faithful woman anywhere. It was necessary to take this bird down. You look and, she herself. The train started. A window floated by, through which a girl looked at him with bewilderment, who imagined that she had met fate. What a fool. What a devil to smile at the first comer. That's Janka. They seduce themselves, they climb into trouble, they are substituted, and we, the men, worry later, deal with the consequences of their vile vices. You, snakes. Did I ask her to give birth? Made me happy, right? I will find my parents' graves, bow down and go back to the taiga, away from sin. Thai men and the bear of love will not ask. Someday. Nothing, it seems, in the family life of the Kulikov couple foreshadowed the onset of dank cold. And in general, it was the very top of summer. The sun is at its zenith, the sweet, stupefying smell of freshly mown lawn, exotic fruit ruins at every stop, tanned women almost undressed, children in the camp, live, rejoice. So no, intuition, her mother's leg, itching, wandering, does not give rest, and on what topic, silent, like the skeleton of a prehistoric animal in the zoological museum. It became uncomfortable to live, it was chilly. I would like to know why sadness, Krukina, at such an inopportune time rolls, burns up to the spine. There are a lot of thoughts on this score. He has a complete order with intelligence, logic and analytical abilities. No wonder where on the periphery what is wrong, he is sent to break through. Vitaly Serafimovich is able to detect local bifurcation points in a matter of days, turn on the afterburner of economic security to reverse the crisis situation. It's on the service. Everything is not so in the family. Here Zoika is in charge, the wife of the faithful. In her gentle hands with pedigreed musical fingers, all the levers, all the strings, through which she controls the psychological, material and social climate of the 11-year-old cell of society. The main, and maybe the only regulator of the well-being of their married couple from the very day when the future spouse affectionately looked into his eyes and asked him to carry unaffordable suitcases to the bus stop, was, no matter how defiant it sounded, the most that there is love. Vitaly was melting and melting in Zoya's company, enjoying her presence even when he felt a lack of attention on her part. And she, what a sin to conceal, there were more than once reasons for jealousy, there were irrefutable evidence of infidelity. Vitaly Serafimovich adored his young Peri, who even then, immediately after the wedding, kissed passionately with a pimply Needin, a former classmate. He did not arrange a showdown, but made it clear by half hints about his awareness. Zoika was not even embarrassed, you never know what it seemed to you. With whom I want, with whom I kiss. It's a shame, of course, but Vitaly managed to bribe the wounded ego. The girl does not know what she is doing. Is used to childishness. I will prove to her, charm her, surround her with love so that not only Nedemirkov, Alienov Delanov will stop noticing. He tried. Nevertheless, he caught him doing the same unsightly activity at a friendly party later, when baby Larochka was taking her first steps. That day he got really drunk, even passed out with grief. Evil tongues tried to knead the dirt about Zoya's freedom. They say, she did this in front of everyone. Where is there? Caesar's wife is out of suspicion. She couldn't. It was a friendly, well, or a casual kiss. Yeah. With whom it does not happen. Without temptations and illusions, life becomes unbearably bland. Beckoned, deceived. Since then, Vitaly has cut all his friends out of his life out of harm's way, and Zoika was literally persecuted. Although he was powerless to limit her inner freedom, she could look so that his hamstrings began to vibrate. Whether the wife had sinful impulses or not, it doesn't matter. In any piquant situation, both are to blame. So he was convinced at the training, explaining the basics of family happiness, where Vitaly was taught by verbal and nonverbal signs to determine in a fraction of seconds what a woman wants and how to become necessary for her so that even thoughts were not born in a young head. Vitaly diligently learned the secrets of intimate psychology, but did not have time to put them into practice. Zoika calculated his clever combinations and deftly led him away, which was quite easy. It was worth the charmer to bare her leg, chest, stretch sensually, give a secret sign, as the naive bull immediately returned to the romantic stall. She knew a lot about seduction, insidiously used an infinitely huge arsenal of tools of the temptress, for which there was everything and even more under the covers of modest clothes. Alas, neither the silver harness of outfits, nor the bridle of conventions and prohibitions, nor the reins of prudence and modesty, the free temper of the red-haired fury did not take seriously. Vitaly did not want to descend to total control and surveillance, and he could not. No wonder they say that there are much more blind people around us than sighted. Love makes a person naive and stupid. However, the man tried to take off rose-colored glasses for a brief moment, but it turned out that it hurt doubly. He wanted to give birth to a son in the hope that the baby motivates sincerity, frankness and trust. A child is a serious test. You will not spoil. Zoika gave birth, but the need to search for thrills did not lose. There was no direct evidence, but there were plenty of indirect ones: unfamiliar male smells, frequent refusals in intimacy, irritable mood, aggressive attacks for no reason, mysterious calls, night messages on WhatsApp, things that I did not buy and much more other. Vitaly did everything to reanimate love. In vain. The relationship became more formal, more hostile day by day. He was preparing for a big conversation, looking for strong arguments, building clear logical constructions, rehearsing a decisive monologue. It was unthinkable to imagine that Zoika could leave. It was creepy. Vitaly selflessly loved children, but his wife was much stronger. As luck would have it, there was almost a catastrophe in one of the branches. Inept management and incompetent logistical solutions almost led the department to bankruptcy. It was again thrown into the embrasure. How long it would take to localize the crisis situation is unclear. During this time, anything can happen. Zoika, she does not see the shores. Vitaly Serafimovich could not refuse to fulfill his official duty. He had to go without finding out the authenticity of his suspicions, although, this time he was sure that he was not dealing with his wife's momentary infatuation, at least with a serious crush. The behavior of the spouse went beyond a fleeting infatuation. Shameless debauchery began immediately after departure. There was a well-wisher who sent Vitaly a couple of not very clear pictures, which clearly showed naked bodies and Zoya's face distorted with pleasure, looking out from behind a man's shoulder. There was a suspicion that it could have been concocted, but why, wife of an anonymous lover? I wish he hadn't seen it. If Irina Leonidovna, the chief economist of the branch, had not been nearby at the time of identification of the actors, Vitaly Serafimovich could easily have gone out the window of the 9th floor of an office building to dissolve in an immaterial environment. He felt sick, multicolored flies were spinning in front of his eyes in eights, his head was buzzing like a cathedral bell announcing the gospel. Irina Leonidovna fussed, tried to please the visiting authorities. When the crisis passed, the woman offered a boarding house in her house. There will be someone to look after you. After all, I live alone. My husband is in the churchyard, my daughter is studying in the capital. Agree. You will save money again. You will entertain me. And I will entertain you. Let's solve official issues first, Vitaly blurted out on the machine, noting, nevertheless, a youthful, naturally strong physique, high breasts and a pleasant timbre of voice to the tension in the groin. I didn't come here to have fun. Essentially, what can you report? Ask. I am completely at your disposal. I will bring you up to date. You will meet with the rest of the specialists tomorrow. The meeting is scheduled for 9 in the morning. My bathhouse is heated, the neighbor will bring fresh milk. Do not offend the widow by refusing. This will not oblige you to anything. The working days were busy to the brim. The reason for the crisis of the branch is trivial, the greed of the management. Irina Leonidovna did not hide even the unsightly facts from Vitaly. In the evenings, they walked along the river embankment, talked about something incomprehensible, cooked together, steamed topless, at night and even rubbed their bodies, not without this. The woman was appetizing, fabulously gentle, temperamental and extremely accessible. It was easy with her, as if the romantic madness had not just begun, but had existed initially since the creation of the world. About Zoika, he almost did not remember all these days, the devil with her, a shameless slut girl. With her vicious behavior, you need to end. Another thing is Irina. Let her not be a beauty. Just think, freckles all over your face, colorless eyes and tasteless clothes, but an angelic character. Quit everything and start over before it's too late. Vitaly felt young again. After intimate marathon races, he felt a long-forgotten surge of strength, which was enough after bed acrobatics for morning fishing, slow pair dances, gatherings with a guitar by the campfire and much more. Irina knew how to do everything. It is unclear when she had time to cook, wash, clean up, because she devoted every minute to him. And how sensually she sang. Vitaly was an emotional, dreamy, passionate person. Vitamins of happiness bubbled in the blood, forcing to dream. Usually women sin by this, But when you suffer from disappointment for a long time, you experience an internal crisis, a complete loss of control over your own destiny. A straw mercifully stretched out by circumstances seems to be salvation. Irina was an unusually generous gift, a dream woman, at least at this stage of life, when you stop harboring illusions about your significance. The woman did not indicate her claims in any way, she just lived, just selflessly served, just gave herself, without a trace and only. Perhaps this is how everyone behaves who is hungry for live communication, for intimacy, for whom a minute of passion is equivalent to the last, only breath of fresh air. Vitaly was so fascinated by the attention that he decided to move here to live and work. Everything was nice in this cozy house: comfort, atmosphere, hospitality, tranquility. Irina is his woman. Such a woman will not betray, will not deceive, she does not care about forbidden pleasures on the side. What else does a man need to feel complete trust and peace? Let Zoika go her own way, let her catch endless admirers in intimate networks. To each his own. There was love. There was doubt, confusion. There were hopes. There was youth, yes, there was youth, but for some reason it did not give much happiness. Once he had already experienced these emotions, somewhere he heard how deceived spouses suffer. Irina never said an unflattering word about her husband, which cannot be said about him. He opened up, poured out his soul to the bottom. He traced every doubt and resentment with colored ink: poor, unhappy, abandoned. Regret it, Irina sheltered, caressed, opened. On the platform, she saw him off, full of hope, stood a nondescript, unexpectedly aged woman without traces of artificial rejuvenation, bare-haired, dressed like most aborigines, clean, but monotonous, baggy. Outwardly she was happy, but her gut told her, this relationship was not a serious hobby, the incident of a holiday-maker, temporary clouding of the mind. No one will know what passions almost gave rise to the ninth wave. Vitaly, in all seriousness, he believed it himself, promised to return. He lived by the positive images that Irina generated, but was too weak to live seriously when she wasn't around. How bad was Vitaly? Everyone who is familiar with the concept of catharsis, moral and spiritual purification as a result of suffering, knows the realities of this amazing state: renunciation of everything that hinders happiness here and now. The comparison of this and that women, no matter how nice and cozy it was yesterday, turned out not to be in favor of Irina. She is just a homeopathic medicine, a tiny molecule of an active substance in an infinite space of air and light, which helped to relieve the pressure of circumstances for a short time, not so much that it is very effective. She's gone, but no tears will be shed. Gone. Go. And don't call the trumpet. No, I don't want to go back to my youth, go back to the days where you weren't. Hypertension of nostalgic attraction is incurable. Tomorrow Zoika will wake up, there is no one more desirable, closer, will suffer, repent. Who will support her, who will save her from depression, from the emptiness of alienation? A beautiful wife, let her be dissolute, let her be vicious, weak on the front, so he is not an angel at all in modern realities. 2. He was noted, does not go to any comparison with a woman who simply missed intimacy, who was next to her in a difficult moment. Vitaly is tormented by only one question: is he a man after all this or a weak-willed traitor? And another one: what really connects them with Zoika? The man was shaking with his face to the wall of the reserved car on the second shelf and reasoned, after all, he did not miss his wife completely. There was something else that could not be explained for a long time. For a long, long time, the physical presence of Zoika in their intimate life together was not necessarily the condition of happiness. Weird, right? Without her, the dream is actively illusory, he talked with his wife's phantom as much as he wanted and whenever he wanted. It was worth closing his eyes to relax, directing the fabric and color scenery of emotional dialogues on his own. He knew what and when she would answer, what and how she would object. With her, the one from such a native optical hologram, he was peaceful and calm, knowing in advance what she wanted, what she might disagree with. Vitellius in Illusions, where he felt confident, completely controlled Zoya's behavior. He loved, but not his wife herself for a long time, rather her adorable ghostly appearance. She, the disembodied phantom, had an unearthly pleasure in her dreams. It required just a little, to close her eyes, plunge headlong into nirvana, take power over an unsightly reality, more precisely, to help a little with her hands and have fun. Everything good that gives strength to live and hope seems to many to be a negative, a vice. Forgive me, Iraka. I couldn't handle myself. But someday, wait, honey, I'll come back to you. The story uses lines of poems by Vasily Fedorov. You won't believe it, me too. At first there was a fleeting, unintentional infatuation, playful, sudden, passionate, but a little strange, somewhat subtly reminiscent of the process of smoking a damp cigarette and numerous futile attempts to get rid of a terrible nicotine addiction. She flared up. Either the girl's appearance struck the imagination with something inexplicable, or an amazing depth of piercing gaze penetrated too deeply into the soul, or a mysterious half-smile stunned to the point of insanity. Now I can't remember the reason for the inexplicable interest, and went out, because I failed to invent a reason for acquaintance in time. This is how I perceived the fact of an inevitable breakup after a few minutes of mental contact. Sparks of electrical discharges scattered and continued to smolder unauthorized. I remembered, I could reproduce from the frames those few minutes that mercilessly or favorably changed my life forever. Providence patted me condescendingly on the shoulder, deftly castled logical bundles, arranging events in a strange sequence that allowed us not only to meet again, but to take a step towards each other, timid, shy, timid. My feelings were inflamed, the smoke was eating out my eyes. She was shamelessly flirting, while keeping too much distance. Before, I did not notice a tremulous, to the point of insanity, impressionability. In relation to girls, I was not bold, but I never felt helpless. I got acquainted quite easily and conquered without much effort. It wasn't like that with Irina. I ran towards her with open arms, she deftly dodged, but as a bonus she gave a fragile hope for a new date. That was enough for me. Unrequited love resembles the behavior of a dog abandoned, ruthlessly betrayed by its owners, then repeatedly offended, persecuted from everywhere. She is hungry, disoriented, exhausted, whining plaintively, no longer counting on anything. This is the syndrome of learned helplessness, if you want, but does not lose hope for a pardon. The animal does not demand, silently, with one eye asks for sympathy, a drop of attention, but they do not pay attention to the wary plea, or deliberately pretend to be absorbed in something else, because they are really indifferent or fear the consequences. Suddenly a rash mercy will end in trouble. Irina loved to win in a duel of views, but gave a reason to be alone, sometimes invited to visit in the evening. She allowed participation in lyrical dialogues, not allowing her to approach the border of the intimate zone, although she allowed quite strange liberties more than once. She could, for example, without being shy of my attentive gaze, change clothes. Half-dressed, ran to turn off the kettle from the room to the kitchen, ruthlessly spreading there were intense sinful impulses around. Sometimes she unexpectedly lifted her skirt quite high to straighten a stray stocking, or simply asked in a blue eye which panties were better to wear, these or these. The innocent immodesty of openly intimate dreams and excessive tension in a body tormented by desire overcame me, demanding either to end the insidious game once and for all, or to go to the bank. The or won, despite the fact that every time she graciously allowed herself to be touched, even sometimes to taste the crimson lips. She did something similar to the gesture of a smoker crushing a cigarette but in a dirty ashtray, which caused me to fall into a similar narcotic state, turning into a romantic spleen. "Stand there, come here," a disorienting command, the purpose of which is to confuse, paralyze, settle confusion. No, I didn't cry, there was too much masculinity in me to despair completely. I believed that Irina was testing me for strength, but she would certainly give up. From the devoted puppy look of her cornflower blue eyes, Irina could portray delight and desire from scratch. From their exciting brilliance, there was no escape. I was getting drunk on intimacy, despite the fact that it could not be called intimate. Through the thinnest fabric of her clothes, the outlines of a divinely promising, delightfully exciting body were so voluminously guessed that I felt her inner energy at a distance. How many times have I mentally caressed elastic breasts, enjoyed the cherry juice of ripe lips, boldly penetrated the multi-layered covers, after which the blood pulsed furiously in every cell of the body distraught with pleasure. Alas, most of the time Irina was out of the access zone. Where she was, with whom, what she was thinking and dreaming about, I did not know, but the mental connection between us was not interrupted for a second. Irina, I am sure of it, was not absolutely indifferent. How many times, touching the supple velvety lips, I extracted moans from her chest, how many times I heard the hollow beating of a heart wounded by sincere feelings. Pretending so skillfully is unthinkable, impossible. Iraka categorically refused to talk about love. She said that she was not ready to discuss such delicate topics, she was afraid to believe and in general, but this time she promised that upon arrival from a business trip, that is, tomorrow, she would decide what to do with all this, that she herself was exhausted by uncertainty. You just wait for. There were a little more than 12 hours left before the arrival of the train. Is it a lot or a little? Depends on what you're waiting for. I kept jumping up. After finishing the dream to a threatening or too sweet moment, anxiously looked at the frozen dial of the electronic alarm clock, again plunged into a colorful promising illusory world, where I hoped again and again to see the future. Pictures, dialogues and scenery changed, the desired outcome of events beckoned with elegant completeness. My beloved was ready to say, yes, but at the crucial moment, the same thing happened, a transparent wall appeared separating her and me, along which milky streaks flowed, hiding the perspective. A dream is a dream, unreality, a compilation of obsessive desires and intimate, not always achievable and not completely clear thoughts. I knew what I was dreaming about, what I wanted, and this is about how I calmed myself, repeating like a mantra, everything will be horror show. Never really falling asleep, I jumped up from an unexpectedly loud bell. The blood was pounding in my temples, my eyes could not be opened, as if my eyelids were glued, my head was humming like a ship's rinda at the notification of a fire or thick fog. Anxiety was growing, although logically I should have calmed down, nothing depended on me anymore, I had to listen to the verdict and only. Irina at this stage of her life was the high priestess, the arbiter of destinies, her own and mine. A long, cold shower, before chills, after a hot burn, cold again. My head was spinning from intense blood circulation. I deliberately froze the brain, depriving it of the opportunity to wander in the labyrinths of the unknown, to reproduce undesirable associations. Irina has long and firmly belonged to me, even in imagination. I didn't want to change anything in my life except her attitude towards me. Stop rushing around. Such behavior is unworthy of a man. In the end, happiness is a rare phenomenon, very unstable and rather fragile. Let it not go to me. The main thing is that she, Irina, should feel good. Because love does not die at the moment when it's the same stray dog, stop feeding sweets. The crease on my favorite shirt did not smooth out in any way. It was terribly annoying in an unthinkable hurry. 6 hours before the arrival of the train, the trousers stained with coffee drops in the most visible place. The steamer did not help. The hair lying on the pillow bristled, taking away the remnants of calm. Everything went wrong because I remembered a poem translated by Marshak that any battle can be lost because of a trifle, because there was no nail in the forge. Minibuses and buses, as luck would have it, brazenly ran past. Taxi. To the railway station. Yes, it doesn't matter how much you say. We'll just pick up the flowers. Music, you can turn it off. I would like to be silent in silence, think. What the hell did you come for in 2 hours? This broom of roses, couldn't you buy something compact, without thorns and hints? The saleswoman offered these, what's their name, multicolored Eustums. The train was ungodly late. The second hand jumped like crazy, the minute hand, on the contrary, froze. Maybe I got the platform mixed up. The carriage. I forgot the carriage. It seems to be the 16th, or 6th. The passengers got out, she was nowhere to be found. You're not meeting me, they asked from behind. The athletes were riding in my car, they were so noisy, they had to move. Sorry. Or are you not happy to see me? Why are you frozen? Kiss me. Me, you. If you insist, you can break the tradition. I missed you so much that I am ready to obey any of your wishes. You, isn't it clear? I love you. Irina hung on my neck, bit her lips. I didn't know what to think. What if this is another game, another provocation? I imagined how a cigarette butt can hiss if you put it out on an open palm, how badly burnt skin smells at the same time. Irina was dressed in a light translucent sundress, so weightless that coral nipples could not be hidden in the folds of the fabric. Her delicate skin exuded an indescribable fragrance, you wouldn't believe it, herself, not a gram of cosmetics, not a drop of perfume, only the smell of a beloved woman. I've been wanting to confess for so long, you won't believe it, me too. Love on Fridays. Sad, brother, lonely, Lyuska has gone on a business trip again, and I'm famously. Come. Let's sit, let's get bored with the guitar. Clearing with me. I'm not in the mood. And I'm not the only one. I met a classmate. We sit in a cafe, we wash the bones of our friends. Nostalgia, damn. I didn't think that I would scratch my tongue on such topics, but they remembered and rushed. I'm getting old, brother. And take it with you. We will be sad together. I composed a new song. Katyuka, the brother calls to visit, how are you? I'm for any constructive movement. Ask what to buy. Vitka was delighted to meet unspeakably. He took in a big way, cognac, 3 varieties of wine, 2 salads, chops with fervor from the heat, and in between toasts acoustic vocals and songs in a lyrical minor. Katyuka looked at the host indifferently at first, then with undisguised warmth and fervent interest, in the finale caressed with a moist velvety gaze, moving from the opposite side of the table under the right hand of the sweet-voiced soloist. Igor, with a sense of duty fulfilled before his brother, soon remembered about his wife. It's time to know the honor Zoya was waiting for. Katyusha, I'll call a taxi. Without me. I'll sit still. For a long time I haven't roared to the guitar. If you leave, it will become dark to me, as if you took the day, as if the night came under my window. Not burning with a single star, as if the birds all flew away. And I have only night and night left if you leave, Victor sang inspiringly, closing the performer's eyes in ecstasy. He was warm and cozy next to a sensitive listener. The lyrical mood was warmed up by alcohol. The yellow glare of a fragrant candle mixed with the rich spice of a woman's body, which was softened by pleasure, awakened an invigorating romantic optimism, while unaddressed, simply because it was cozy. Well, and only, isn't that a reason for cheerfulness? Melancholy was lifted by hand. Katenka breathed boldly into Vitka's ear, tried to look into her eyes, threw them into her soul, so dear, so somehow understandable, like early childhood and her parents' home. She wanted so much that this amazing evening would never end. When trying new relationships, she always conducted a small innocent experiment. If touching his palm with his eyes squeezed shut gave rise to a pleasant weightlessness, light dizziness, besides a feverish pulse and restless longing appeared, then it was worth trying to fall in love, or at least to sleep with. Now was exactly the case. The imagination hastened to play the game 7 moves ahead, resulting in an unequivocal defeat of the opponent and a complete triumph. It didn't seem to make sense to delay. Do you want me to stay, if you're not afraid of the consequences? Let's sing a duet, let's stand, so to speak, on the edge of. This is me. In the tone of a playful mood, she suddenly corrected herself. Don't think of anything wrong. I don't need someone else's happiness. To hold my own in my hands. Suppose we are full face against the background of stars. A man charmed by frankness was writing intricate roulades, and for the first time your hand is in my hand. What is this banal line? But it's better not yet. What are you? Cute, cozy, how pretty, just a wonderful miracle. Can I taste your rosy lips? Don't answer, I'll guess for myself. Victor put down the instrument, took the girl by the hands. I realized, alas, not fate. And said I would stay. Sorry. Maybe another time. Alas, today is a truly unique day, like a solar eclipse. I am not free to dispose of myself freely, because I am married, because I am responsible to my spouse, because honestly I am not spoiled yet. But today, I'm sick of you. You have stirred up in me a firmly forgotten, wiped out as unnecessary from memory, a deep, exciting, alluring sense of novelty, the excitement of the hunter. Hint that I'm a game. Funny. It would be better to keep silent. I love myself, all by myself. I can't do anything with the character. Thank you for adventure. I imagine how much your Lysenka loves you, even if I almost fell into the snare of a delicious temptation, almost melted. It's time for me. Katenka gracefully stood up, weightlessly pecked her lips on the cheek. Next time, shave. Will you see me off? You ask. As it should be, to the gate. Katenka, surprisingly slender, seductive to the point of horror, smiling mysteriously, stood in the doorway, stupefyingly sweet, with deliciously petite breasts, as if waiting for Vitka to beg to stay. No, he will not start. Manipulating him, a futile occupation. He is a man, that says it all, although the body, which was covered with hints and did not receive discharge, was moaning sweetly, demanding immediate satisfaction. She has a character, he also has. So we parted. Katenka drove off in a taxi, and Victor returned to an empty apartment. The disturbed body rebelled. I dreamed incomprehensible things. It was as if Lysenka had returned. It was like a feast of the flesh. The wife was doing this, whatever you think about. She does everything with enthusiasm, with unprecedented zeal. That's just the eyes, lips, why, then Katina is just nonsense. As if in front of his wife he sinned without a twinge of conscience. No matter how Victor drove the damn thoughts, the touchy-feely beckoned with an unattainable secret, pushing for the most real betrayal. Victor was ready to call his brother, to find out where the seductress lives, but she herself appeared. She passed without asking, threw her outerwear into her hands. Lysenka, as I understand, has not returned yet, and I decided to surrender to the will of the winner. Without a fight, she defiantly pulled off her panties, without covering her skirt, stepped over them. This is, she pointed to an openwork rag, the Rubicon. But don't count on an easy victory. I've been waiting for you. I had no doubt. I've been ill for 3 days myself. Don't grin, there is no merit in that. I will feel that you are triumphant, gloating, you will regret it. Get me drunk to begin with, prepare me so that I am not ashamed, not because I want to steal from my wife, because I myself am creeping under you. After all, that day, I wanted to stay. Hurt my pride. With what, I won't say, I don't know myself, but I hurt, humiliated. I was so fuming, so angry, I dreamed of revenge. Okay, it's overgrown. I'm not a gift myself. I'll tell you everything about myself that you ask, I want to listen to you too. Why are you silent? You told me that time, it would be better to be silent, don't you remember? Will you have fish in the marinade? Cognac or wine? I will do everything. And you? I will. Kiss, please. How hungry I am. It's all your fault. The beauty of a woman is not at all equivalent to irresistible sexuality, although Katenka had an abundance of both, as he saw it. The kisses lasted for a good half-hour, then the girl attacked the snacks. Ate greedily, like a victim of bulimia, and Victor, taking advantage of the moment, deftly seduced the welcome guest, tempting with tender lips the tender neck, earlobe, shoulder. She ridiculously strained and blinked, sometimes forgot to swallow, unable to make the right momentary choice between nervous hunger and an influx of desire of a different kind. The owner was in no hurry, despite the fact that access to secret knowledge was open. Herself means herself. He was waiting for a signal, a conditional sign, telepathic, acoustic, tactile, it doesn't matter. Katya ate and ate, then began to cry. Am I so scary, so ugly that you don't want me? How many riddles there were in it, how many contradictions, it is impossible to count, but Victor did not try anything sweeter than this flighty girl either before or after. In bed with her, he literally went crazy. Katenka allowed any liberties, but after the finale, she invariably sobbed. The lover gently persuaded the tearful girl, stroked her head, pressed her, whispered tenderness in her ear, confessed his love and comforted, until midnight in the kitchen, then in bed, then in a hot bath, again in bed. The most amazing thing is that the strength and desire were just arriving. Katenka exploded again and again with convulsions, agony of voluptuousness, screamed, biting her palm until it bled, arched, throwing her head back, briefly passed out, threw herself into her arms and sobbed again, falling into a trance, awakening in him and her an irresistible desire to merge again. Their intimate life was initially wrong, similar to a duel between two dinosaurs, the size of which does not allow for controlled actions. Each date ended, if not with a quarrel, then with resentment or hurt pride, but the force of attraction did not allow them to part completely. Victor, with incomparable romantic vocals and inexhaustible masculine strength, was as necessary to her as air, and Katenka, skillfully squeezing out the borderline states of the psyche attacks of passion, to him. He loved Lysenka, even very much, but not so. She treated, while Katenka caused painful cramps, which, it was amazing, strange, liked more and more. The mistress left forever every time, and invariably returned. The acute phase of dating ended with the end of his wife's business trip. Now they met according to schedule, most often on Friday. Victor excused himself by playing bridge or preference with colleagues. That night they did what they wanted, and the lovers wanted to taste everything forbidden. They had to dodge, lie, but the game was worth it. Katenka was able to give herself selflessly, inflate his male ego to insanity. Now, going to the final of the doubles match, we wept together with abandon. During breaks, they shared news and complaints. Separate life seemed to weigh on both. Lucy ceased to seem attractive, desirable. It became unpleasant to touch her. The conflict situation was aggravated by the claims accumulated over the years of marriage, minor troubles, negative memories. By that time, the children were living their own worries, forming personal destinies independently of their parents. Lysenka met the decision to part hysterically, but gave up, having achieved a promise to go nowhere, with nothing. This arrangement suited her quite well, but Katenka was angry and saddened, which was an unpleasant surprise for him. My beloved did not invite me to live with her, she did not agree to get married. They began to meet less often, and the intimate enthusiasm of dating faded. The unpredictability of a friend's behavior, when deciding to divorce, Victor did not take into account. In vain, to remarry, to take responsibility, Katya had no desire. I could have consulted. Life is a paradox, not a pattern. It's high time to understand, everything is unfair in it. How do you imagine living together, especially so generous? Snapped his fingers and turned into a beggar. We love each other. Why use words if they don't explain anything? I'm ready for anything for you. Did you invent about love yourself? I didn't say that word to you. If you want, we'll leave it as it is. No, go to all four sides. Once in everyone's life comes the hour of truth, when you have to get rid of illusions, sentimental fantasies, and the accompanying seductive scenery of the invented perspective of being. A terrible defect was discovered in the fragile structure of the mortal etheric body of intimate relationships. It turned out that the exciting piquant connection has nothing to do with Solidaris' sublime feelings. There is no contradiction in the fact that crazy sex is not love, because the nature of these phenomena is different. The first is based on health, mutual sympathy and physical compatibility, and the second is based on responsibility, selflessness and trust. Copulating to the point of losing a pulse can be almost for nothing, whereas love requires consistent work and spiritual investments. Katenka, as always, bucked, because she always decided everything herself, but she did not want to give up the usual pleasure. Friday became a sacrament, a ritual for her, and Vitka, a man who had never grown up, was a victim, which she solemnly placed on the altar of prosperity won from fate. She took his love as a healing pill. Katya looked down on married women, hens carrying golden eggs to someone unknown. Lucy did not take Victor back. She liked the life of a mistress free from obligations, especially since there was plenty of wealth accumulated over the years of living together for a happy life. I can offer sex for health. On Fridays, she whispered with malicious sarcasm. On Saturdays and weekdays I have a lot of personal plans. It was a low blow. Alas, Victor was not a fighter. Loneliness and a restless life in a communal apartment literally in a year turned a happy man who now had 2 mistresses, and not a single loved one into a pitiful shadow of yesterday's self. Victor filled the evenings, if gatherings, with a glass. I fell in love with him in the end. Are you interested in the final? Isn't it known to everyone and everyone, who is friendly with a bottle, he doesn't need sex? And yet, no matter how much she suffered from betrayal, no matter how much she experienced a quarrel, she never managed to turn into a soulless bitch. Come. I do not promise love, but I will try to forgive. I will try to forgive. The children ask for you. The folder is still. Kind of like relatives. Then I don't know how it will turn out. For love. Are any of you familiar with the incomprehensible, just the same chronic bad luck in love? Or did Vika take something completely wrong for this trembling feeling? Then what kind of love is it, without borders and barriers, when the heart is shattered, emotions are over the edge, when everything is together at once, romance, attraction, obsession, passion, when everything is possible and nothing is shameful, when sincerity and boundless trust do not require assessments, especially proofs, when you and he are inseparable the whole? How many times did Vika fall in love, seriously, for real, just as much after she was terminally ill with prolonged melancholy? She bled dry with tears, bit into her nails with frenzy until she bled, locked herself in for a long time, looking for flaws and imperfections. Because if something goes wrong over and over again, it means there is a reason for that, and not anywhere, it is in itself. So it was in the 9th grade, when Roma Kalyanov, after everything that had happened between them, after the most real kisses, hot hugs, frank touches, vows and declarations of love, defected to his best friend, Anechka Shulkina, without explaining anything, without asking for forgiveness. The most expressive epithets would not be able to fully explain what kind of mental anguish a naive girl in love experienced, how it crushed, twisted, turning her immaculate tender consciousness into an emulsion. First love, even more tragic, is a test comparable only to a train wreck, when the perfect, beautiful, tender mercilessly cripples exactly what until recently was a reliable support. Vika survived. Moreover, she retained her friendship with Anya, who was even more unlucky with Roma. Inexperienced lovers got carried away, went too far for their young age, succumbed to sensual temptations that completely erase restrictions and prohibitions. Pregnancy happened in the 10th grade, on the eve of final exams. Anya was unbearably sorry. Romka babbled in fright, "I'm what? I'm nothing. And here I am." The fate of the unborn creature was cynically decided by the parents. Vika was the main comforter for her friend. Perhaps she helped Anya get over it in a relatively mild form. Anya has successfully learned a cruel lesson: chaste innocence is a thing of the past, modesty has been withdrawn from circulation as unnecessary. She became more cautious, but bolder and cooler. She was no longer interested in love, but she liked the taste of an exquisite dish that men and women cooked together. The girl, joking and playing, started romances, twisted boyfriends as she wanted, and parted with extraordinary ease when dizziness from pleasure began to cause dull emotions and a lack of vitamins of happiness. Vika looked much more attractive than her friend, so the adult said. She was distinguished by her inner charm, which is not so easy to consider when, due to excitement, temperament and forms are evaluated first of all. Against the background of appetizing bulges and explosive sensuality of any Yuta, because she was able to present bonuses on a platter, advantages Wiki didn't notice. In Anechka's eyes, the imps that stimulated attraction frolicked and mischievously, which caused a rush of impressionability in every second teenager, and the prematurely ripened roundness awakened the imagination of all experienced ladies' men without exception. The girl fell in love without looking back, and Vika envied and dreamed, although next to her friend she also sometimes had sparks of intimacy. Anechka was admired, her favor was sought, and Vika got crumbs of ambiguous attention from losers rejected by a friend, that's all. As a rule, seducers did not stand on ceremony, immediately climbed to kiss and under her skirt. At this piquant moment, the state of falling in love broke down in a peak. Vika struggled and ran away, leaving the cavaliers at a loss. It seemed like she was asking for it. She would have come out of the shadow cast by a frivolous charmer friend, to present a unique personality, contrasting with the primitive accessibility of virtues inherent only in immaculate souls. But no, one-on-one with flirting youths, she was shy, embarrassed under the yoke of the already familiar feeling of anxiety that appeared after parting with Roma, so she was content with little. Surprisingly, none of the fans in the company with Anya even hinted at serious romantic claims, and the girls wanted love, not what the boys were licking their lips about. She liked many. Vika even considered someone as a desirable life partner, but she did not experience flashes like the first love, dazzling, bright, making her soar above herself, feel boundless bliss, euphoria. And suddenly it happened. As it happened more than once, Anya was invited to a country picnic. Vika and another girlfriend, Lisa Verasova, were assigned to her retinue. Girlfriends dressed up, even visited a beauty salon. Any girl in such a case has inviolable reserves in the piggy bank. The charmers looked incomparable, especially Vika. Parents were warned in advance. They say, there will be a bachelorette party with an overnight stay at a friend's. The guys also broke up. The table was bursting with drinks and snacks. The first dance broke the youth into pairs, but all the boys wanted to circle Anya. Alas, she was alone, so she appropriated the right to choose. The first awkwardness after strong cocktails quickly resolved. For the second time in a row, Anton, a tall gray-eyed brunette of athletic build, circled Vika. His proximity, the depth of his eyes, soft strength, and an amazing, eerily native smell, from which his head was blown away, and weakness arose in his legs. Vika closed her eyes when Anton pressed her to his chest in a demanding, even a little rough way. The girl did not hear the music. Somewhere inside her own melody sounded, the gentle smell of tuberoses evokes the sweetness of dreams. Oh, how wonderful he is, how gentle, Vika's love instantly composed, floating on a wave of unknown pleasure. In a few minutes, the girl lived a whole life, starting from the first kiss, ending with a honeymoon and the birth of a lovely baby. The mood was slightly spoiled by a small incident. Anton had a fight with Igor for the right to invite Anyuta. Friends shook each other, waved their fists to the first blood, but ended in peace. They drank on the Bruderschaft and reconciled. Anton still won one dance. Vika didn't like it terribly that her beloved, she had already decided everything, hugged her friend too openly, even kissed her on the lips. But she hasn't confessed yet. Anton doesn't know anything yet, so he has the right. However, she pouted. The party continued in a rolling fashion. Couples no longer changed partners and roles. At 2 o'clock everyone went to their rooms one by one, but a few minutes later the fuss began, creaking floorboards, slamming doors, whispers, even recognizable intimate moans. Vika was waiting for Anton with lust and fear. The girl was sure that he felt, could not help but understand that today he could do anything, even more. And he came. Vika recognized her lover by the spicy smell, by the breath, by the amazing magnetism, from which even the fluff on her cheeks stood on end, although it was eerily dark. The young man undressed, dived under the blanket, hugged without saying a single word, spread his legs, being on top and immediately very painful inside. The thought flashed to immediately dump Anton, but hope for the best, curiosity and something unexpected, a sudden desire of an irresistible force, the need to obey, an imperious demand to go through this inevitable path to the end. He just acted, confidently, energetically, without being distracted by caresses and tenderness. Some actions seemed too aggressive, rude, painful, unpleasant. Anton was dripping with acrid sweat, breathing fitfully, leaning on the whole weight of his muscular body, loudly slapping his tense hips against her ass, then twitched several times and froze. The girl also took it for love. How else? Having finished the invasion, the young lover fell off, turned away, and began to snore. Vika was afraid to move, couldn't figure out how to react to the unexpected finale of intimacy, as an act of initiation into true love or the need to give a strange, humiliating ritual the status of desecration. Something in the performance and filling of the intimate sacrament was not so. Not as she imagined it, not as described in the literature, not as lovers should behave. The night was coming to an end. The first glimpses of dawn are drawing colored placers on the wall and ceiling. Anton stirred, sleepy, pulled the girl to him, crushed his chest, again began to master between his legs. Paralyzed by Vic's unexpected aggression, she still waited for the continuation. Now, she belonged to him, was like his wife. The young man purred like a satisfied cat, opened his eyes. Vika, how did you get here? I agreed with Anyutka. Sorry, girlfriend. I got drunk, I don't remember anything. God, are you that? Is that a girl? It happened. Fool, where were you looking? You danced with me all evening. I thought you loved me. I promised you what? No, your mother. What the hell? Get it on your nose, nothing happened, it seemed to you. You fool. Kindergarten, by God. Get dressed, I'll call a taxi. Remember, nothing happened. She thought. What a place. Also tell me that, what, really, in you. Okay, let's solve. In business. Vika crumpled the blanket in fright. I don't understand. How was it nothing? Why? Because you're not 18. Because you're a stupid fool. Because I didn't want you, but Anka. Because, why did I contact you? What a love for the devil. The emotional wound was healed over time, with careless behavior in bed. I was lucky. And love, even this word caused Vika rejection, sometimes even sobbing attacks, more often melancholy and nausea attacks. At times, however, Vika decided to go out, made timid attempts to flirt, fell in love again until she lost her pulse, again ran into meanness and treachery. Cynical bitchiness, the desire to take revenge on all the men in the world did not stick to her. Those who liked her, and henceforth caused Vika to lean against, give herself into good hands, however, hopes for a happy future were melting, faith in happiness almost dried up. Anyuta got married twice during this time, both times with a profit. The first spouse left her a 3-room apartment with all the contents, the second, a car, a cottage, and a scar on the whole cheek. She was still energetic, cheerful and loving. Vika no longer envied her, having recorded herself forever as a citizen of the island of bad luck. Men in her unassuming life happened, but some dull, insipid. Each of them had secrets, wives, children, alimony, second and third mistresses. Some simply had nowhere to live. One day Vika met a man, or rather, she found on the internet, from all sides positive. Presentable, well-groomed appearance, strong physique, neat, clean, literate, well-off, gentle. Eddick has a penetrating voice with a pleasant hoarseness, attractive, masculine facial features, strong, very skillful hands. Besides, he is an excellent lover. Of course, Vicky has no special experience in this matter. Usually intimate incidents happened inexpressibly, in inappropriate places, in a wild hurry, sometimes the fear of being a laughingstock prevented, or nothing worked at all. Once, it's a nightmare, Vika paid for a night of sad love with every penny of her savings for a vacation and a box with gold tsatsukis. Eddick, another lover, the very thing, that it is not customary to speak out loud, was able to do so that not only the soul, but also the mortal body flew to paradise. For a long time. A week later, the beloved moved to live with her. Vika was happy again. A month later I found out that he has a daughter, that she is still living with her mother, but it's time, if possible. You work, I work too. Who will take care of the child? Mom will help. The girl turned out to be pretty and clever. It was easy with her, it was interesting. That's just Eddie began to linger in the service after a day. Then he was allegedly fined for someone's mistake. Had to live 3 together on her salary. A month later, Vika accidentally found rubber artifacts in her civil husband's pocket, and in her phone, again curiosity failed, a long list of women's names and a novel in messages, or rather a lot of small individual stories. One day, Eddick disappeared. Did not answer phone calls. A month later, he appeared, asked for money, in debt. Did not even remember about his daughter. If it weren't for little Iraka, Vika would have completely lost faith in love. Only she saves from the Great Depression, from chronic sores, prolonged rains, painful memories, bursts of emotional disorders and negative thoughts. Only she. Yes, I forgot to tell you what happened next. I don't even know if it's interesting, because it doesn't fit into a well-oiled plot outline. Vika found him on the street, practically in the trash. Semyon looked, to put it mildly, extravagant, crumpled, thickly covered with liquid mud, quite shaped clothes, broken glasses, bloody nose, a sharp smell of fumes. The character rose with great difficulty, ran 2 or 3 steps, fell face down on the asphalt with a loud heartbeat. If it weren't for the pre-winter, plus or minus on the thermometer, not the dank frosty cold, not the sadness Krikina, would Vika have paid attention to this squalor? Never, never. All the evil in life from them, from men, traitors, libertines. He was pitted to the point of chills, colic, all sorts of obscure things. She felt almost clinically lonely, he was completely lost, nobody's. What made this nonentity regret, Vika was not able to remember. Something indistinct stirred inside, an incomprehensible force of sympathy trembled, despite the squeamishness and the barely perceptible malicious gloating that flashed. That's what you need. Picked it up, wiped it off. Where do you live, poor guy? The ward mumbled, pointing a crooked finger into the void. Here. What should I do with you? My daughter is at my house, she will be afraid of such a scarecrow. Okay, you'll sleep in the corridor. How she dragged him, how she dragged him. God forbid such a test to someone else. We got to the section, laid a rug, washed it, dried it with an iron, so that in the morning we could set off on as long a voyage as possible, so as not to see or hear, so as to forget forever. In the morning, Vika was surprised beyond words. A stranger from the garbage dump was waiting in the kitchen with a hot breakfast. I've been doing a bit of housework here. Sorry. Who are you? How did I get here? And you? Got drunk like a pig, wallowed in the mud. Don't swear. Woe to me. Anniversary, as my wife passed away, the kingdom of heaven be upon her. Amazing kindness and meekness was a woman. I didn't want to live. Warmed up, revived, now you want to live. I would, don't be offended, you still have. Grateful. I bow to the legs. Don't look like a bum. I blame. Talk a lot. Have breakfast and go. I dare not resist, contradict, Savior. My name is Yevgeny. Yevgeny Vitalievich Zarubin. I wrote down the phone number here. I would like to know your cherished numbers. Yeah. We swam, we know. I need to feed my child, not Alphonse from the gateway. Nothing in Vicky's chest jumped, did not send a sign that this was the chance. Who would have known? The next day began. Phone calls, couriers with bouquets of colorful chrysanthemums, letters without a return address on an envelope with homegrown poems. Little things, but nice. Victoria Leonidovna, my savior. 2 tickets to Sovremennik for 3 Chekhov sisters are missing. Save. Iraka has no one to leave with. I take it upon myself. With your consent and only. Step by step, Yevgeny Vitalievich entered her life. Without vulgar hints, without attempts to possess. The 3 of them walked in the park, went to the suburbs together for the weekend, visited exhibitions. Victoria Leonidovna was afraid to frighten off the fragile balance in which she had been lately. The woman was waiting for what was about to happen. She would have to give in anyway, not children, and all good things would end. It has always been so, it will be so. Over the alarming the button has already been entered by the hand. Fate. Time passed, nothing dramatic happened. What I was waiting for and afraid of also happened. Not to say that the fireworks of emotions, but great, just wonderful. Soon we moved in together. We spent a rare night apart. He would certainly meet Vika from work with full bags, I'm cooking. And don't argue. And then, when the delicious smells made my head spin, Genya set the table, poured a glass of wine, for love, Vika, for our love with you. It was so nice that they were waiting for you, taking care that the house smells comfortably of a man and a child, that happiness does not gush in vain, but quietly splashes in stable shores. It turns out that there is no need for the heart to shatter and emotions over the edge. Without naive romance and unbridled passion, it's also not bad. And everything became possible, and nothing is shameful, and sincerity and trust are a little thing that I want to share. Just like that. He said I was glue. Lyuska, be a man, tell me how he. Did you have what? She stole. From under her nose. Yeah, so that you then tweeted something obscene about me in a tweeter or a Instagram. Drank tea, with steering wheels, looked at the sky. So, I believed. I'm all about myself to you, and you're nothing to me. Such, then, friendship, come on. Of course it was. Come on. Only, don't lie. Well. I came. Roses, I brought 15 pieces. White, with a fist the size of. Champagne. It looks real. Failed to taste. Freshness, probably from the bouquet, for the whole room. Admit it, screamed with delight, threw herself on your neck. Such a handsome guy, Zaya Kanila. Nonsense. I know my worth. What a fragrance, so, nothing special. Mouth to ears, eyes in a bunch. Stared at the center of the universe, like a paralytic and silent. Don't Tom, Lucy, where are you staring at? On a t-shirt. Did you like the breasts? How do I know? Probably a t-shirt with the inscription. Was pinned on a little, you know me. Like, will I give myself into good hands? I understand. And you? I covered dinner by candlelight, 3 chords on the guitar, and finally I'll say, how do you know? Even I sometimes cry. I cried for sure, I was lying at my feet, I swore eternal love. Lyuska, you're just super. I cooked. Peking duck, mistress salad, royal cheesecake the size of a frying pan. With a cheesecake, you came up with a great idea. A subtle hint of thick circumstances. Inyang, sun fal, in tea, take su him. And he crept up from behind, his hand into the forbidden zone, trembling all over from excitement, exhausted. Still. You're an appetizing girl. Kiss on the neck, tongue tugging at the ear. You're all flowed. Moaning in a low voice, you're stuffing the price. I envy. What a rascal. And you can't say that the grip. What happened next? Danced close together, or that, straight to bed, listened to music. Choi. When your girlfriend is sick. Did you bite? Someone would have cured me like that. I opened the champagne for 20 minutes. Poured it from head to toe. How romantic. Undressed, of course, and under the shower. He foams you, intimate massage. I love you madly in the shower. Awesome. Give me your hand, can you hear my heart pounding? I haven't had this for a long time. Have you read poetry to him? As if yes, while he was washing the floor. What a fuck is the floor when emotions are boiling, when you want love? Let me remember my poems or those. Your head is treacherously hot, you are lying in a shirt off his shoulder, he is finishing his tea in his distance, red Marlboro is crumpling in his hand. Pours whiskey and rubs whiskey, defending himself with rhymes from longing, smashing windmills to smithereens in his uncomfortable little world. There is fog outside the window, dawn is ahead, the color of poppies is pouring from the wounds of the soul, life flows out, starting from nothing, but they will not hit the jackpot. The night is streaming with poisonous smoke, bitter tea is in the mug, and scotch is in the glass. I forgot what's next. And it doesn't matter. Romance is on the verge. Even I swam, imagine what's wrong with you, it was happening. And he, should I pull ticks out of you? He, made a whole duck, picked at the salad. Praised. Then I asked for coffee. He ate a mighty salushka. I understand. Well. This is all a prelude, a saying, so to speak. Let's give a fairy tale. She said it herself, it was. What exactly, how, drank? 3 cups. Took my hand, looked into my eyes. For a long time. Further, what? Surely you've been fooling around until morning. Is the bed whole? Did you protect yourself? Did you do the test? He said that he would come again. The hostess, they say, I am good. As a mother I cook, even better. He kissed. On the cheek and left. Come on. That's it, no. Asked me to wrap a cheesecake with me. Said I was cool. Poems by Alexei Poroshin are used in miniature https://stihai. n/after/alien 2000. It was her, Eve. You love me, Eva, Anton whispered, barely catching his breath, caressing with a special, insatiable pleasure the heaving mounds of breasts of the most desirable fairy tale woman. He was ready to take a decisive step, but did not know how to start a dialogue. The double life and the status of Eva, a stunningly passionate, incomprehensibly attractive, albeit unpredictably audacious woman as a lover, weighed heavily on him. The dream of being only with her excited the imagination. Anton was burdened by the randomness of intimate meetings, initiated exclusively by Eva. She had a creative profession related to graphic illustrations, loved to draw, which she diligently spent almost all the time on. Persuading a woman to meet when her fantasies were in creative search was a hopeless occupation. Eva did not answer phone calls. She rigidly completed random meetings in a few minutes. I have inspiration, Antasheka. Not today, not now. If I miss you, I'll call. My beloved allowed me to take her home by car, loudly kissed her lips and quickly disappeared behind the door. Stopped initiative attempts with a stern look. It's useless to insist, it's fraught with a quarrel. Anton needed dates with Eva, was sick of her, so he did not contradict. To Marina, with whom he lived for 11 years, he felt only a sense of gratitude for having given birth to a daughter and a son, which he tried to carefully hide. He did not forget to whisper pleasant tenderness, and he did not avoid intimate practice. In bed, they got along well. Being both a husband and a lover, pretending passion when you mentally merge with another woman, oh, how difficult it is. Why do you need this, carrot love and other absurdities? Are you interested in the rating of male irresistibility? I'm not a competitor to your Marina. You're not there, you know, not in my life. That's all. The woman jumped out of bed with a jerk, turned on the overhead light. Just medicine. Physiology, nothing more. Get dressed and get out. Is something wrong? I thought. I like the process itself, I do not deny. In order not to hurt the tender male ego, I'll be honest, as a soloist you are on top. But it doesn't mean anything. If you want, I can prove that the power of passion is collective creativity. I'll lie down like a log, pick my nose, and look at the ceiling. I bet you won't succeed. Why are you doing this? I asked about love, that's all. It's important to me. I don't need, you hear, hobbies, feelings, I'm not gambling. I had it all. I didn't like the ending. What else do you want to hear? Anything that you want to tell yourself. What you wanted and could, you already know. Everything else is too intimate to open up to the first person you meet. Don't take your time, leave. Can you explain why you're freaking out? Yeah, you're pretending to be a hose, you're portraying holy simplicity. Love and intimate gymnastics are not the same. I am not an erotomaniac, but also not a victim of romantic chastity. Yes, I accept syrup from orgasms on whipped cream of love ecstasy as the only way to throw out emotional tension. Medicine, but not a drug. Art is my only hobby. Didn't I warn you not to count on anything serious? It was a long time ago, in another life. We've been together for almost a year. Don't you really care about me? It's time to talk seriously. Are you still here, hero lover? We have never been and will never be together. Consider that I used you as a tool to satisfy a physiological need, nothing more. Goodbye. Yes, Jeline, be affectionate, erase there are traces of presence from my territory, everything that you don't take away will be in the trash tomorrow. If you have downloaded a program into your brain, the purpose of which is to choose between me and my family, then you are seriously considering options. I repeat, you are not in my life. I'm a phantom for you. Get the whim out of your head, go back to your family and live happily. I already loved. But not you, Jeline, not you. I still can't get away from the painful withdrawal. I've had enough of touching lyrical dialogues, the price of which is 3 kopecks on market day. Not satisfied with the disco format, get off the beach. Nothing to cry about. Let's discuss. You've never been so belligerent. I want to live with you. Wake up together, solve common problems together, hear your breathing. Superfluous. I don't need a companion who will pick at body and soul day and night. A couple of vitamins a week is enough to maintain health. I don't sell subscriptions and countermarkets. Anyone makes plans, thinks about the future. I want to connect life with you. You're trying in vain. Tired, Jeline. Where you built the foundation, you build walls there. Don't mix respectable life with dirty dancing. Row towards the pier. Raise children. Love your wife. Then why is it all? So I ask, why? For health, not otherwise. Fulfilled a social duty, saved a lady from a critical nidotraha, a low bow to you from the entire female population. Or do you want to get gratitude with buns? Stomp, my wife was waiting. Long send-off, extra tears. Anton felt dizzy, as if he was recovering from heavy anesthesia. He did not expect such an attack, was not ready for active resistance. In his view, every woman lived the dream of marriage. At home, my wife was packing her suitcases. One can see the day like this: excitement, aggressive rejection, and other harbingers of thunderstorms were in the air. Get bored here without us, Jeline, decide. I'm tired. Are you with me, or what? Another revolutionary. Conspired or something. What did you say? What the hell? Bury me, or something. Tell me, Marinka, if I die, right now, just honestly, will you miss me, will you shed tears? Did you feel sorry for yourself? Well. Has it ever occurred to you that I've known all about your adventures for a long time, that I suffer too? I endured, waited, hoped that you would come to your senses. In vain. What exactly do you know about the fact that you are a womanizer, a traitor, about your Eve, a vicious reptile? That's how. What's next? I'm saying, what's next? Think, decide. I don't need anyone. Do you hear? Nobody. This girl is so frivolous. An innocent prank. Is it reprehensible to admire perfection? Anton withstood his wife's gaze. You and I are going out into circulation, there is nothing, so to speak, it's nice to see. Used. Here. Lied, brat. Marina in her 35 looked very attractive. A black-browed, gray-eyed dark-skinned woman with a chiseled figure was not the only one who inspired him to sentiment. Anton, to be honest, right now he would gladly take her to the marital bed to relieve stress, if not for this ridiculous disassembly. He loved his wife. But not at all like Eve, which was inhabited by something that completely blew the roof off. Anton got lost. He was there at the same time, with his beloved, and here, in the family. We need to make peace, it was spinning in my head, which concerned both women, but Eva is much more. Marina will not go anywhere, she will cling to the end, while the other is determined to break up. He had never met such strong-willed, self-confident women before. Anton stumbled upon her belligerence and stubbornness more than once. He did not expect from himself that he was ready to endure and give in. He could not understand in any way what this piglet enchanted, how she managed to heat up the atmosphere of unpredictable meetings to the limit. I took a vacation. We'll stay with Mom. The kids are already there. Take him, wouldn't hurt. Maybe we are, worth it. You're not ashamed, Anton, and you look for the sinless. Swear that you didn't cheat yourself. Marina blushed to the tips of her hair, breathed often, ham. I didn't expect such meanness from you," and into tears. "Well, my dear," he pressed his wife to his chest, "calm down. We're even." "Idiot, idiot, what did you think? Judging by yourself." "I stumbled, I admit." "It's not a reason right away," the excited Anton whispered, carried away by the seduction process, caressing the earlobe with his tongue, the most sensitive point on his wife's body. "Marinaka, how I missed you. Forget the offense. There was nothing like that, just a chaste flirtation, a game." "I love you, only you," her husband's sensual voice hypnotized her, whose hands habitually extracted sweet from inside response. "Children are waiting for Anton." "Why, it's wrong, it's mean." "Right, wrong, what difference does it make when bliss pierces every cell?" Trembled, groaned, arching. "Tell me, traitor, how will we continue to live happily?" And she? 3 in a bunk, not counting the dog. "Choose while I'm kind." "Marin, but you didn't answer, did you cheat or not?" "Take me to my mom." "Weak term." Or. "You'll be lost without me." "We'll wait and see." "Think about yourself." During the day, Anton worked frantically, diligently loaded his brain so as not to think about his women. Almost succeeded. And evenings and nights were exhausting. Before, there was no need to upload excited thoughts into the cloud space, to voice and animate virtual dialogues, especially the last year, filled to the brim with touching moments and sensual fever, languid anticipation of the inevitable happy future. Eva disappeared, evaporated, leaving a cloud of delightful memories and a hologram of herself, with whom one could flirt, argue. If not for the bitter aftertaste, not the lack of perspective, one could move into a dream world where the moonlight flickered seductively, merging in ecstasy with dancing shadows, where dates with Eva are full of voluptuousness and bliss. Anton met Marina in virtual extravaganzas much less often. Intimate passions with his wife in color illusions were more like a duel of rivals, a kind of revenge. He entered her quickly, ruthlessly, powerfully, while he loved the imaginary Eve chaste, tenderly, for a very, very long time, diligently and sensitively seeking reciprocity. Ghost women were the complete opposite, but surprisingly complemented each other. It was impossible to choose a single woman for the sum of reasons. Anton was constantly tense, agitated, lost his appetite. Phantom dates turned him into a neurotic. Marina's week was coming to an end. Come what may, Anton exhaled, I'm erasing Eve from memory, I'm deleting, erasing irrevocably. I've had enough of mental anguish and inner anxiety. After all, I am a father, a husband. Do people live without passions and romances on the side? Should I go to church? It was decided. In the morning I'm going to pick up Marinka. And basta. Attempts to banish Eve from dreams failed time after time. It was worth tuning into a date with his wife, to awaken and adjust her cute image, as from somewhere out of the darkness a thin, impetuous, almost weightless shadow girl began to beckon, spinning in a slow dance. Anton woke up, drank a glass of cold water, kept his head under a cold stream for a long time. As soon as I closed my eyes, the obsessive vision was repeated. Eva's hands, fluttering like spring butterflies, flew invitingly over her narrow shoulders and a scattering of hair. You appreciate me inexpensively. I thought for a week. Have you come to talk? I'm yours. I swear. Come back. Agreed. Attempt number 2. I pretend that nothing happened, you pretend that you didn't have anyone. Until a special occasion. Collect the kids. Anton was excited, talkative, joyful. Thousands of plans were swarming in his head. What a happiness it was to get rid of the drug, just to live, just to love. Yes, he remembered, hands remembered, lips, Marinka, it was with her that he first learned the charm of a kiss, learned to love with her, to live in harmony with himself, with her, with the whole world. Buck sometimes succumbed to the provocations of attractive charmers, but never crossed the line, except for this, the only time. Eva is an obsession, a trial, a torment. You need to get over it. You will have to be treated. How else? It was only a little way to the house, 3 blocks. A painfully familiar silhouette floated out of the alley with a folder for sketches and an easel. It was her, Eve. The heart stopped, twitched painfully, missed a few beats. Anton couldn't take his eyes off the vision, almost drove into a pole. It would be better to crash, to death. Eva, my Eva, he only thought briefly, it turned out loud. Marina shuddered, turned pale, turn around. We're going back to Mom. Both, too. It was a strange couple. Eccentric, outlandish. She, Katenka Samokvalova, all her friends called her that, although now she was a Burmistrova, unpredictable, wayward, impulsive. Was jealous of anyone, capricious, offended by trifles, sarcastic, threw tantrums from scratch, unreasonably locked herself in for a long time, but adored her darling until pulse loss. He, Rodion Terentievich, no outsider addressed him without a patronymic, is a merry fellow and a joker who can turn any awkward situation into a funny opposite without visible effort, the soul of the company, an aesthete. Katenka loved monophonic spacious clothes without content and form, did not recognize makeup and jewelry, smoked nervously. Rodion Terentievich was not exactly a dandy, rather a polished tidy. He shaved 3 times a day, went to the hairdresser once a week, changed shirts every now and then, rubbed his shoes to a perfect shine, even ironed his laces. She is petite, with dark velvet eyes and an old-fashioned braid, trusting, but sad look, thin and sonorous. Even now, being a mother twice, she looked like an offended schoolgirl. He is a broad-shouldered Borovichok, the owner of a rolling baritone and palms in which Katenka's hand was lost, even hugged her carefully, as if he was afraid to break. Katenka, Rodion boomed, taking his wife in his arms to kiss. I have you, the most. How wonderful it was to ride 2 bikes on clouds floating in puddles, to cuddle up to the ancient oaks with their backs and kiss. Rodion was special. Girls were hunting him, trying to lure him into the snares of family happiness. He enjoyed the moment until he met her. How can you not understand, you fool? I agree to be happy with any girl. Why not with you? She was fainting with pleasure, it was noticeable, but she struggled. Let go, people are watching. What will they think of us? Know something about love. Let them envy. Lud, I love Katenka. After the wedding, everything changed. You're groping all the women like this, in front of everyone. Yes, Katenka shouted, not understanding why herself, forgetting that the dramatic stage effect significantly added the number of viewers. Come on. My wife is rehearsing a theatrical role. Calm down, dear. Do you want ice cream? They say sweetness calms. Rodion knew that a week or even more of a nervous boycott was provided. What to do? It's so unpredictable. Besides, children. He will throw it after all. Why am I like this to him? Katenka was biting her nails. He will get ready and leave. even if he doesn't call at all. He will apologize, and the background in the tube is shrill female voices and cheerful music. It's her own fault. What the hell was it? Arrange a concert by request. Similar performances happened even then, at the very beginning, when friends whispered behind their eyes, wondering why Rod Ion endures her antics and tantrums, what he sees in her that they don't have. Her husband loved friendly parties and meetings, musical and poetic lodgers, took an active part in them with pleasure. Katenka hated everything that her man valued, admired, and lived because, she screamed shrilly, that your girlfriends forget to dress up, because they are made up like Barbie dolls, because they are vulgar and accessible as common areas. You can't live like that, you know, you can't. My nerves can't stand it. I love you, not them. Is there any reason to think that they? Are you serious? I swear, I didn't even think. Who they are, and who you are. Even comparing is pointless. I have you alone, like the moon in the night, like spring in the year, like a pine tree in the steppe. There is no other such one beyond any river. Let's go to the Visper apartment. I was invited. Yeah, to admire girls without panties, to watch how you are to them, and they make eyes at you. Yes, my heart can't stand it. Can't you think of anything else? The harmony of the universe in diversity. You need to live, breathe deeply, absorb every drop of rain, every rustle of an autumn leaf. And girls, at least take you, it's a work of art. I know that true beauty lies deep inside, that appearance is secondary, but how to live without these eyes, without dimples dear to the heart? Tell me more, no tantrums. I'm not like everyone else. I'm used to. You're adorable when you're angry. Your surprisingly sweet sadness needs to be immortalized with oil paints. Is that why you're doing everything to spite me? Not at all, my love. I try to get into resonance with your mood, but in vain, I stumble on thorns and needles. Katenka could easily show up at the office without warning, go around with a public inspection of the employees and start debriefing in front of everyone. Did you hang with this curly sheep on Friday at Garrick's? With her, I ask. Rod Ion Terentievich grabbed his wife by the hand, wildly apologized with facial expressions and gestures, and led her away. Everyone understood everything. And sympathized. Of course, we can go somewhere far, far away, for example, to the Putarana Plateau or to the Gobi Desert. You and I will be fine. But the children, have you thought about them? He called a taxi, kissed her, sending her home, you and me. I didn't care about everything else. I have an innate sense of responsibility. You and me. Remember. Katenka was waiting at the entrance, defiantly freezing. He took a vacation at his own expense, treated her for a cold, read books at night. They say a drop sharpens a stone. The main criterion for the dynamics of transformation is not the strength and intensity of the impact, but constancy and time. So it happened in this family. If you tell a person 1,000 times that it doesn't matter what they drive into your head with a wedge. Any path begins with the first step. We need to part, Rod Ion said one day through tears, I'm tired. Let's live separately, let's understand what everyone needs, why the space around us is saturated with smoke and sulfur, it will be seen there. You cheated on me, are you cheating on me? Think what you want. Katenka couldn't let him go just like that, she staged an extravaganza, suits, shirts, underpants, she shredded everything to shreds. Don't get you to anyone. Not on the 6th Jew. The breakup turned out to be impressively spectacular. Rod Ion packed up and disappeared. Met with children, not with Katenka. Didn't answer calls. He looked so lost and dejected that it was impossible not to notice it. Rodion Terentievich, sensually said a girl who had been in love with him for a long time, almost a child, today is my birthday. And I'm alone. Will you keep me company? If there was no such proposal, dear child, it would be worth inventing it. I am grateful to you. To you, Radek, to you. The little girl was so young, so seductively good. He reproached himself, tormented himself with doubts. Gave up. There was no desire to take revenge on his wife. I wanted to fill the ringing void with something, that's all. Jean was gorgeous, charming. Not recognizing himself, not expecting such excitement, Rodion hovered. What are you, beautiful? The evening was oppressively stuffy. He knew why he had come, but hoped that this would not happen. His guiding star, the mother of his children, was Katenka. Rodion was ashamed of his weakness. It was one thing before marriage, quite another, when fate had woven thousands of secret knots around and everywhere, which no one could untie, except to chop or cut into pieces. Jean didn't rush things. She was alive, healthy, whole. It turned out that they have similar preferences, unifying interests, and in general, she's cool. Champagne made me sick, my favorite music caused an attack of aggression. All because, 20 centimeters from the surprised gaze, with every movement, Jean seductively swung the bait in the form of a pair of gently heaving Perseus. I remembered that the other day, suffering from parting, I read Oksana Kusha's poems. He entered the stupor of her spirits with disobedient steps. Devils were running around in circles, pushing him into the pit of sins. The seconds dragged on like a sweet cough medicine. Rodion was not a virgin, but he never cheated on his wife, Katenka, no matter what she imagined about it. In married males, even the most devoted and persistent, the readiness for treason is striking. It is worth the goddess with a gentle gaze to portray angelic purity, innocent passion, to show charming curliness, willingness to obey meekly, as the ancient mechanism instantly works. So Rodion kissed, hugged, squeezed the most tender body, feeling a kindred, just the same magical connection. It was a shock. Not otherwise than true love. In the arms of Zinotchka, he felt like a real man, almost a god. He could do anything, life was getting better. A divorce with Katenka followed. He did not appear at the trial, he did not want excesses. The ability of the ex-wife to manipulate, to cause an unaccountable sense of guilt, caused unpleasant emotions, although, to be honest, there was something to compare. Oh, how it was. In addition, the gratitude I felt about the birth of children, through which I sometimes gave Katenka not always modest gifts. Secretly from Zinotchka. He did not marry her. I didn't consider it necessary. You look great, my love, either sarcastically, or praised the ex one day. Shall we have dinner? Is it worth it? If it's worth it, Katenka quipped, then it's definitely worth it. Are you afraid of something? You don't change. Don't say. I'll be waiting, darling. Katenka decorated the table with pickles. For the first time in so many years she dressed not in a hoodie, in a feminine, very seductive outfit, which she previously considered a sign of defective intelligence and a call to mating. Who knows, maybe she changed her mind after experiencing the horrors of loneliness. The woman fluffed her hair, perfumed herself. Is it delicious, Radicek? Will you stay? Yes, do not, Tom. You know, after all, I will not accept a refusal. Jean will be upset. We'll survive once. Is it you, Katenka? Where is your jealous pride? It doesn't matter. You are mine. If it were so. Rodion stayed. Couldn't do otherwise. He loved his Katenka. The trouble is that he now also loved Jean. What, you don't like me? The old one has become. Don't start. Will you come back to her? Feelings did not cool down. Rodion realized this as soon as he touched Katenka. He had not experienced such an intensity of orgasm, which tormented him, digging into every sensual cell, since the time of saying goodbye to virginity. Katenka smelled something extraordinary. This new, unknown, circled my head like in my youth, melted down, made me fly away and soar. He was as happy as ever, and at the same time unspeakably unhappy. If it were possible to combine both, it would be unthinkable to part with Jean. She is so vulnerable, so dear. Katenka is also the most. Now he needed both, too. Irresistible attraction. You know, honey, it's going to be great. If all this is not delirious. It's me, your ambulance. Call me. I'll come, Alyona Sokratova. Naive, you know, the illusion that it is possible to get rid of a problem that has been firmly stuck in the skull with the help of primitive manipulations with a completely different object and place, it's even a shame to admit with which. Escaping from depression and hormonal stress in an irreversible stage, men who have experienced an irresistible attraction for the first time suddenly and unexpectedly turn into timid romantics who do not think about the coming consequences. Not all, of course, not all. At first, they think they have fallen into a fairy tale. Narcotic hypnosis of love, trance intoxicates seriously. Sometimes for a long time. But life swaps priorities. Yevgeny Danilovich, for good or ill, fell madly in love with Regina Valentinovna, head of the consulting department, direct supervisor. The lady was proud and unapproachable, did not notice signs of attention or pretended that she did not care about them. For half a year, even more, he looked at the desired goal with dear eyes, hinted, tried to be useful, necessary. Of course, she was not the only object of lust, but resistance, unwillingness to understand the obvious preference, the degree of desire to possess, fueled aggressive egoism dreaming of revenge. He also has some advantages. He was young, smart, ambitious. She is successful, elegant, respectable, unobtrusively attractive. This was not enough to inflame feelings, but capriciousness and obstinate vanity put forward indisputable arguments, the desire to prove that he is also reckless and daring. Regina Valentinovna surrendered. To be more precise, she took the rebel prisoner, only he did not notice it because of his youth and inexperience. She allowed the slightest liberty, just a ghostly hint of a possible contact, which instantly blew the roof off the guy. He was covered with a painful feeling of alienation, withdrawal from his own body, when consciousness evaporates into a disembodied cloud, soaring above himself and floating towards bright light. Eugene hovered over himself and watched, wondering what would happen if there was nothing in principle, a slow dance close to each other, an amazing intimate smell, a strawberry meadow on a July afternoon or something similar. Neither before nor after any of the women Kostin did not feel even the semblance of a trance experienced. It was beautiful and sensual, like ship sails slipping away in the perspective of infinite space to the horizon, minutes, hours, dates in the calendar sailed in the silence of indissoluble unity, giving birth to unthinkable emotions, flickering in a multicolored haze, saturated with the excitement of feverish excitement. Silently, indicating her presence only with a barely perceptible aroma of sinful impulses, she moved around the room, dived under the blanket with a slight rustle. It was impossible to resist. Her tender flesh ached with love. She was amazing, magical. Only once. Regina Valentinovna didn't let him get close enough anymore, she practically stopped noticing him. Yevgeny Danilovich could not understand what he did wrong. Everything was complicated and at the same time simple. The age difference deprived her of a chance for a serious relationship. Time stopped spinning, as it happens when you lose consciousness. Suddenly and out of nowhere a wall of alienation rose, behind which there was an empty, misty infinity, devoid of light and air, and on this side, a heap of unsolvable problems, indifference, apathy and cruel cold. Perhaps it was a strategy, but most likely a tactic, because the winner did not demonstrate crowns and triumphal regalia. In the service, she was the boss, outside the walls of the institution, a single woman. Regina strongly rejected going to the restaurant, but the theater production was attended hand in hand. The young admirer was hoping for a juicy sequel, but a taxi was waiting for her at the exit. A kiss on the cheek and a grateful look were a reward for the time spent together. Yevgeny Danilovich was shaking. He was very impressionable. The scenario of a romantic rendezvous was rehearsed and experienced every minute in the imagination. Such a bummer could not have been foreseen. Regina Valentina did not want to get attached, although she felt more than just sympathy. She stepped on the edge of the abyss, almost succumbed to the charm of passion, which must be overcome immediately, until the ninth wave covered. What was going on with Eugene, how it broke, it is impossible to convey in words. What does this old woman think of herself? She's twice my age, his ego screamed impotently. I kissed and caressed her solely out of sympathy. Seductive girls who dream of spending time with me, a carriage and a small cart. And she, so mediocre to spend the whole evening, which she could devote, at least to Vera from the planning department, a young baby, ready for anything. On Monday, Yevgeny Danilovich plucked up the courage, came to her office. What was it, Regina? Cool down, young man. Learn to tame emotions. You are in my office. Before making a claim, you need to learn the rules of good form. Do I owe you something? I don't care if you're just sleeping or with someone. I don't care. I'm not sleeping anyway. Poems by Katenka Gorbovskaya. Are you concerned about the only case when our intimate vibrations accidentally resonated? Do you think that you have purchased an indefinite subscription for intimate service? I will disappoint you. It's such a freedom to breathe nobodies. Find a more suitable object for seduction. Be realistic, you're not Apollo. You didn't like it. I don't believe it. Your body was cramping. You screamed. Don't reflect. I probably haven't had a man for too long. Let's say. But can I invite you to the cinema today? I have other plans. Why do you need me? Invite Vera. Yevgeny Danilovich flared up. That's more. I don't have money for diapers. Do you like old aunts? Now it's fashionable. I don't understand. You will give odds to many and many. And then? Then what, young man? After 10 years, what, however, why this discussion? Leave the room. I'm not interested in you. In the evening, having calculated every minute the time sufficient for her to appear in her own apartment, Eugene called, I'm listening. I'm down at the entrance. The boy, the impudent. However, okay, come in. My heart was jumping out of the happy opportunity to prove that this is not a whim. Silently rustling towards the wet sheet, Regina indicated her presence with a barely perceptible smell of sinful impulses. Rinse. Eugene was soaping himself furiously, anticipating an incendiary extravaganza. Every patience has a limit. He was literally exhausted with desire. Regina Valentinovna met him from the bathroom, combed and dressed. "Sorry, you took too long," the mood was gone. "If you don't want tea, it's time for you." "Okay, minx, okay," Eugene shouted, "you made me angry. I'm not marrying you, by the way." "How not to regret it?" "That's what I thought." "Let me guess. Verochka." "Definitely she." "You will not refuse the taste." "Thin, sonorous. Probably a virgin." "Congratulations. A kiss from you." "Paternal." "Go ahead, Daddy. Just don't get carried away." It would seem that nothing special happened. A light, almost weightless contact of the lips, and sensual streams of incomprehensible nature of electrical impulses began to flow through the veins, accelerating the passage of time and the beating of the heart muscle. He was in a hurry, afraid that Regina would change her mind, so he depicted an excess of passion, incommensurable with her and his desire, which did not correspond to the power of excitement, although her presence alone saturated the air with the tart aroma of sinful thoughts. Was Eugene not ready for a passionate fight this minute? Or was he afraid of a fiasco? "Brack, young man," Regina interrupted her lover's unsuccessful attempt, "you are not in shape today. Trash, you deliberately ruined everything. You're too nervous, tired. It happens. I forgive Trash. It would be better if she threw a tantrum." How to look Regina in the eyes after that? How? "Okay, let's lie down." Just like that. "Tell me about Vera. Do you love her?" "There's nothing to tell. You know I love you." "Nonsense. Do you believe in this nonsense yourself? Compare my body and hers." "Calm down." An hour or so later, sex happened. Now Regina had nothing to reproach her lover with. She fell into a hypnotic trance, was quite happy, but could not admit it. The price of possible disappointment is too high. Sooner or later a loved one will understand that experience is not a prize, rather an imitation of a holiday. He called. She resolutely suppressed the desire to meet, rejected attempts to talk. At night, the woman cried, "Why didn't he meet earlier?" Eugene, in the heat of surging indignation, went to Vera, sometimes to other trouble-free girlfriends. Regina looked at him coldly, blankly. "Do you love me?" the happy bride kept asking. Yevgeny Danilovich answered vaguely, using ambiguous forms of speech that provide a crafty opportunity to think anything. The girl did not feel a trick, she was in love without memory. Everyone, even her parents, knew that she had a fiancé. Pregnancy did not surprise anyone. The wedding day was set. Verochka was raving about the upcoming celebration. Yevgeny avoided meetings with Regina Valentinovna at work, but called every evening. "Why?" he asked. "I want you. Love. I want you, you know. Only I need you." "Nonsense, young man. You don't understand what you want. Get ready for the wedding. Your bride is pregnant. You're a 5-minute dad. One last meeting. Last." Regina was silent for a long time. Swear. "Damn me, come." Loves, dislikes, spits, kisses. Not for the first time, Antonina was convinced that nature, regardless of anything, is always in a state of harmonious balance, while entropy and chaos command life and human relations. Two fragile structures, trust, sincerity, blow and crumble. You will not have time to build the foundation of mutual sympathy out of bricks, to inhabit it, so that not just how, but beautifully, neatly, and firmly continue the construction of a happy future, as it begins to crack at the seams. Explanation: love, it's just a game, madness, fueled by hormones. They turned off the Fi, forgot the password, did not pay the subscription fee on time, goodbye, it was their own fault. It was necessary to monitor traffic. The only surprising and strange thing is that, as a rule, it is not the one who has become bankrupt, whose vitamins of love have stopped flowing into his blood due to laziness or satiety, but the one to whom virtue does not give the right to live a lie. She loved him so much that she could forgive even an accidental betrayal, if she saw a chance to start building happiness from zero, if he was able to realize that he had caused undeserved pain. Antonina had the experience of betrayal at school. The abused first love tore her soul before meeting Igor, who managed to heal the bleeding wounds with attention and participation. Alas, he also turned out to be an egoist, only hiding his inability to be generous and merciful for the time being, since the price of exchanging love for sex suited him for a while. Fascinated by the game of sublime feelings, Igor generously injected emotional tranquilizers into the relationship, making the bland, sweet, colorless, colorful and bright. Antonina lived all these years in a fictional world in which a taboo on reality auditing was established. To question the uniqueness and dignity of Igor as the only meaning of life was unthinkable, criminal. She knew that love is complete dedication, immersion in flesh and blood to the point of dissolution, when you are him and he is you. Good for the beloved means good for everyone and vice versa. A person who loves does not, and cannot, have claims to a partner, except for minor disagreements, since reality becomes not what it really is, but how you imagine it. And here's the result: Igor had another woman, a young, spectacular girl, a fitness coach, Leggy Yanachka. The husband cynically compared new and old relationships. The physical attractiveness of a young lover is not in favor of Tony. To leave beautifully is also a talent. Someone, parting forever, manages to remain a friend. Igor did not want to waste spiritual energy on the one that suddenly became unpromising, moreover, hostile due to hostility and coldness of the past, a kind of irritating factor. And it doesn't matter that there was no reason to leave, slamming the door loudly. You don't understand anything, he growled angrily, we have love. Our marriage is an annoying misunderstanding. I needed a woman, a female, no matter what. As long as she was young, elastic and accessible. You had all this in abundance, but the monotony is getting worse. You don't excite me anymore. Why are you so? It's a lie. You really loved me. Feelings cannot be depicted if they are not. I spit on your arguments. What do you understand about love? Maybe something like that happened between you and me. I was probably under hypnosis. Melted, evaporated, dissolved. The power of your charms is over. You've become tasteless, insipid. I'm free. I don't want to discuss with you whether I'm right or wrong. With each new insult, Antonina's resistance weakened, the desire to defend the truth dried up. It seemed that he was finishing her off with pleasure. What for? Because he couldn't forgive his own weakness, his mistakes. They divorced. Igor, with the help of a lawyer, won the apartment. The documents for it were issued as if Igor had planned this process in advance, evicted Tanya to a room in a communal apartment. She didn't resist. There was no strength to fight. What is even worse, the court left him a daughter. Antonina was married, performed the duties of a housewife, had no income. Igor easily proved her financial insolvency. What the winner felt is a mystery behind 7 seals. The new passion did not seek to get a yoke in the form of a marriage certificate. She had enough physical love, gifts and other signs of attention. To keep house, to take care of the child, the mistress refused, and he did not insist. Antonina leafed through family albums in the evenings, plunging headlong into the atmosphere of the recent past, which had everything, including love. It was. How young they were, how beautiful. It's a honeymoon in Crimea. Except for love and the sea, they didn't need anything. They even forgot to eat. And this is Swan Island. Who took the photo? She thought they were alone there. Available. Where is there? Igor sought an intimate rapprochement for more than a year. It was there, in a tourist tent, that they learned the sacrament of contact. When the issue of starting a family was finally resolved, even the wedding day was set. He lies everything, is angry at his inability to refuse temptations, at his own betrayal. Well, let him live by his own rules. She's not like that. That says it all. Here they swim naked in a mountain stream, here they travel across the steppe on horseback. Campfire gatherings, guitar songs. Skiing, New Year. This is her in a new dress with big red peas, which Igor bought when Tanya was in the maternity hospital, meets him from work. Here he is on the treadmill, playing basketball here. School. Then it all started. At graduation. First kiss. Sweet, sweet. Nothing, she'll get over it, she's strong. She'll warm up, come to life, Sue Julia. Every day, tears. The past did not let you breathe, tore the fabric of the soul alive. She took her daughter to her on Saturdays. Threw everything away, walked with the child, where she was happy with him, with Igor, played, read books, tried to forget everything bad. It didn't work. An invisible thread connected with the former. The word is something prickly, the former. Maybe he'll come back, she thought and immediately bit her tongue. What for? You can't go into the same water twice. You need to write down all the memories, experiences on paper and burn. A kind of ritual of liberation. With Yana, Jaeger did not have a suite. Monotony is now boring to the would-be bride, but first she thoroughly sucked his financial resources. He now dreamed of home comfort, of hearty cooking, ironed shirts. His girlfriend had other ideas about the relationship between a man and a woman, unrestrained sex, noisy parties, fashionable outfits. She needed a sense of celebration, and Igor suddenly realized that he was tired. This time they threw it. Antonina has more than once or twice seen him peeping at her and Yulia in the park. Bored. Serves you right. No, she wasn't gloating. A cold indifference settled inside, that's all. She didn't have to sue her daughter. He brought her, he asked her to keep. He even gave her money. Sorry. Was stupid. Maybe we are, that. We have a daughter. You look funny. I'm used to living alone. Remember, Yesenin, there is no return to the old. Everything in the world has an expiration date. Lover of the second freshness. Is it about you? Burned out in pursuit of passion. I'm not a doctor, Igorushka. Deal with your problems yourself. Fire me. Nothing connected them anymore, even it was ridiculous to make a row, boring. In front of Tanya stood a strange aged man who suddenly forgot that he had the right to spew accusations and curses. I loved you, he whispered into the phone, I feel bad. Was I a bad husband? Sorry, I don't remember. Trash, what a trash you are. We have a daughter. That's the thing, I remember. Don't call, don't. Phone conversations usually ended with accusations and abuse. Once, Antonina had already forgotten about his existence, Igor reminded himself again. For the first time, he did not make a row. Let's meet. Why? Don't ask. Just come. If there is time. I'm getting married. There was no time. Later it turned out that it was a death cry. People leaving for the world of shadows feel approaching the edge. Life went on. Tears dried up. Antonina really thawed, got closer to a man. There was no wedding. We got together, shared responsibilities and responsibilities, put our meager earnings in one box. We just lived. Love? Who knows? Together, or rather three, more fun. Tanya, to be honest, was not looking for a husband. Had enough. Fedor came by himself, dispassionately listed several mandatory points of the family code, nothing special, dumped the contents of a bulky purse on the table in monetary terms. I do not accept stashes, everything is in half. I want a family, comfort, a beloved woman. And immediately. They are not looking for good from the good. We'll wait and see. Igor quietly passed away on the eve of the May holidays. Heart stopped. Strange. Should he worry? Lived as he wanted. Fyodor turned out to be a wonderful, simply magical husband and father. Somehow Tanya, out of old habit, asked, "Do you love me?" He frowned. "I'll say no, will you believe it?" Tanya was offended. Jaeger once never tired of repeating, I love, I love, I love. Fedor is not like that. Time has erased a lot, including the memory of happy days with Igor. Swans disappeared on Swan Island, there was nothing to keep. 2 albums with photos disappeared without a trace when moving. Julia grew up. She almost didn't remember about her father. In this life Antonina had Fedor and a daughter. Whether she loves him or not, she is even afraid to admit to herself. She has no one dearer, although she has never confessed her love to him in so many years. His Majesty the case. I'm sorry, I was thinking, I stumbled, I accidentally pushed you. I'm really so awkward, I'm always spoiling everything. What's wrong with you, my dear? Why are you looking at me so carefully? Don't apologize, I understand. Probably it seemed to me. Haven't we met before? No. Exactly, no, I have a professional memory for faces. Although, you know, if your hair, comb it back like this, put it in a bun at the back of your head, put cobwebs in the corners of your eyes, wipe lipstick from your lips. Look, the look is a little sadder and stricter, the nose is sharper. Nonsense, this does not happen. How so? What did you think about? Whose look? I must have imagined. Mom's. So it seemed to me too. You look so much like my dad. It can't be. Are you kidding, trying to get acquainted? So I'm married. See, the ring. I never take it off. Love. Happy for you. But I'm not kidding. It's a pity that I don't have my dad's portrait with me. Wow, what an amazing similarity. Can I find out where your parents are from, or rather, Dad, where he lived, where he was born? Slyadianka, near Irkutsk. Studied and lived in Krasnoyarsk, met my mother there. Then definitely not relatives. My parents are from Smolensk. God, what a subtle portrait similarity. Who will I tell? They won't believe. I won't delay, you're in a hurry. However, I have a request. If it's not difficult. I want to show Dad your photo. Let's drop by the photo studio. Intrigued, beautiful stranger. My name is Dmitry Petrovich by father. You won't believe it, I'm Dmitrievna, you and Dad are namesakes. Oksana Dmitrievna Shemiakina. I am flattered by such an unexpected reason to meet a nice woman who looks surprisingly like her mother. In an hour and a half there will be a presentation, you need to present the developments to the customer. I am, you know, a photographer and a bit of a designer. So, what am I talking about? Oh, yes, photo. I will give you a portrait, artistically processed, autographed by the author, with best wishes, but a little later. I hope you won't refuse me the courtesy, let me take your picture too, after we have a nice conversation over a cup of coffee. I will not refuse, especially since I also have an appointment at 2:30. There is still time. Tell me about your wife. Don't we have more to talk about? For example, do you believe in the non-random nature of unexpected coincidences, in providence, the vagaries of fate? Of several events and factors at once, just because the stars came together like that? What if? Dmitri fell silent. Come on, finish it. Intrigued, the right word. Want to say, you see, and you're thinking. Is it not fate, is it not providence, our unexpected meeting? I am very pleased to get acquainted with a copy of my mother in her youth, but you must agree, this strange fact causes unhealthy curiosity, confusion, a desire to delve into details. Maybe it's better to stop, not to grab fate by the rat's tail, which may turn out to be painful, mangy. Well, no way. I'm not going to bury my head in the sand. Please, Dmitri, let's dig deeper. As if not to regret. Why such fears, intuition, elementary caution? Fortune, fate, lot, whatever you call it, I am quite satisfied with the way I live. I'm happy. I'm doing great. What I can't say about myself. I sympathize. Unrequited love, not really. There is an answer, there was, but very rude, cynical. You can see for yourself, I am a lady, to put it mildly, not the first freshness, soon 30. Nevertheless, romantic adventures sidestepped me. Or I avoided them. It doesn't matter. I am a strong-willed, purposeful person, so I focused on never falling into the trap of hopeless circumstances. A red diploma, a career, all this requires energy and time. Nevertheless, I managed to fall in love. To a work colleague. What's wrong with that? Did the trap close? By accident? Rather no than yes. You need to be more picky, especially in intimate relationships. How was I to know that he was a collector of juicy victories, besides a boastful talker? A week after I agreed to the role of the bride and gave up, everyone was laughing at me, even subordinates. He, it turns out, was joking, I wanted to make sure that nothing human is alien to me, that I am an ordinary lustful woman. These are his words. I put the scoundrel in his place, but I became afraid of relationships. Why are you telling me this? I don't know myself. For some reason I felt, a soulmate or something, a reliable shoulder. Probably took wishful thinking for reality. It's a pity that we didn't meet earlier. I like you, Dima. A tear flashed in the woman's eyes. It's time for me. If possible, photo. You promised. Yes, yes. Here it is. The man opened the folder, shifted several sheets with pictures and sketches of A2 format. Just sign. Do you always carry portraits of this size with you? Do you love yourself so much? And who is this, the wife? She's the one, Varya. Beautiful. I envy. You also have something to show the world. Harmonious proportions, expressive, barely discernible asymmetry of features, enlivening face, slim figure, smooth skin. Eyes. No, eyes. You are beautiful, Oksana Dmitrievna. I speak as an artist and a connoisseur of natural beauty. It's nice to hear. Even more, it's a shame. Despite the flattering epithets, you didn't choose me. Can I see other pictures? This is different, presentation. Made to order. It is these works that I will demonstrate, in 30 minutes. By the way, I'm afraid to be late. Flamenco Design Studio, Dmitry Petrovich Kulikov. To be honest, I'm shocked. It's me you have an appointment with. Intrigued doubly, even triple. Immediately show your masterpieces. So many coincidences in one day, incredible. Introduce me to my wife. You are welcome. I don't even know. Are you a witch? Events are developing in a strange way. As if according to a pre-prepared scenario. I admit, I'm a little uncomfortable. Nevertheless, I really want to finish watching this unreal, mystical extravaganza before the final act. But first you will have to sign a document approving the execution of my order. Don't be a bore. The job is accepted. Isn't it time for us to switch to you? Perhaps it will be right, Oksana Dmitrievna. With you, he looked doubtfully at the interlocutor. Did he hurry up? It's so easy to communicate. How can you not believe in fate? Providence has prepared funny turns for us. I wonder what other surprises are waiting ahead. I don't want to make a guess. It's much more interesting and correct to just watch the events without whipping up foam, without scattering splashes. To move, but measured, carefully, smoothly. What about career goals? Can you imagine what wilds you can swim into, amused by the charm of indifferent waiting? Everything has its time. It is necessary to be able to change, correct the vector of movement from time to time. Before I thought that the meaning of life was to achieve comfort, well-being, wealth. Now, I have it. Not as much as it was planned, but enough to understand that the race for the blue bird is a fruitless occupation. Happiness is impossible to save, buy, invest. It needs to be earned. I want, just don't laugh, love, participation, sincerity, fidelity. What are your years? You'll have time to play enough love. Well, yes. By the way, I think it's worth watching the implementation of a successful project. You, me, and your Varya. What do you say? You can take a risk. But I warn you right away, I will not tolerate intrigues. Exclusively business, within the bounds of decency, communication. You'll see, we'll make friends with her. That's what I'm afraid of. Look into my eyes. Did you plan anything sinful? Excluded. It is not in my rules to fight with the universe, to trick, to achieve syrup and buns by any means. I promise not to interfere in your relationship. Nevertheless, I can't lie, if I had the right to influence fate, the opportunity to change the past, I would certainly connect life with you. Where did such confidence come from, I don't know. If I feel that I can't cope with the circumstances, I will disappear from your life. I swear by Dad and Mom, something will happen. It was like a demon possessed me. Strange tension in my body and in my thoughts. This is the first time with me. As if the drum of a revolver needs to be rotated and the barrel put to the temple. Are you afraid? Stop. Know one thing, whatever decision you make, the rejected option will torment unrealized until the end of days. Decide. Oksana was shaking. The excitement grew, demanded an immediate exit. The further course of events practically did not depend on her. Even if Dmitri decides to include her in a close circle, the probability of associating a happy future with him is elusive, especially since she made a promise that she would not dare to break. Time stopped running, froze. Is a business dinner on neutral territory. Good, for my account as the initiator of the mission. Do you want to turn me into a gigolo right away? Let's cut it in half then. In order for the event not to look like an adventure, not to create unnecessary problems and associations, you need to prepare it. Tell Varya that you are arranging a feast out of gratitude, hoping for long-term fruitful cooperation. Is this really so? I hope. Are you sure you're not up to anything? Honest pioneer. I swear. Oksana was polite, helpful, considerate towards the spouses, who looked so happy that she regretted the intrusion into their physically tangible mental field. Varya turned out to be a lovely baby, moreover, she was a little, just a few weeks pregnant, which she told her new friend in secret. Just begging, not a word to Dima, I want to give him a pleasant surprise. I'm so happy. This circumstance finally deprived Oksana of support. The state of falling in love covered her with her head. It was unworthy of really high feelings, unfair, wrong. Nevertheless, the women became friends. Let it be so. You need to learn to love just like that, at a distance, without building strategies and plans. I know it's not easy, but I promised, I swore. Oksana surrounded Varina's pregnancy with comfort, as far as decency allowed. She attached her to a fashionable obstetrician-gynecologist, took her to receptions and procedures herself, bought a stroller, a crib, a whole pile of clothes for a baby, designer outfits for a woman in a special position. Over time, she got used to the idea of a neutral attitude towards Varya and Dima. She was just there, just watching from the side, without interfering, although at night she dreamed of quite targeted love, good-naturedly, artlessly, but emotionally, sensually. Burying herself alive was terribly insulting. Is she unworthy of happiness? Guided by the principles, a wedge is kicked out with a wedge, and will be tolerated, will be loved. Oksana decided to search for an alternative, substitute option for intimate communication, through marriage agents. It was not easy to choose a candidate for favor. There was no end of those who wanted to get acquainted, but none of them caused even minimal sympathy. I had to use the roulette method. Oksana formed a preliminary list of lucky people to whom she intended to entrust a delicate mission, closed her eyes, and resolutely poked her finger into the field of fate. Having decided on an intimate partner, she began preliminary negotiations. The first, second, and third dates were still a test, everything in them infuriated her. And yet Oksana decided to let the man into a purely personal space. In any case, the agreement of the parties was reached, the time and place for the decisive rendezvous was determined, even the menu was approved without long discussions, which testified to the ability of both to concede and negotiate, which, you will agree, is very essential and important for living together. Oksana prepared for a creepy romantic ritual. Outfit, makeup, underwear, facial expressions, gestures, even the behavior model and the finale of the marriage plot, everything was carefully thought out. It remained to close my eyes and throw myself headlong into the pool. There were only a few minutes left before the admirer's visit when the phone rang. Ksyuka, I'm giving birth, what should I do? What? I'm going to call the clinic now. The contract is signed, I made an advance payment. Without panic. Does Dima know? I can't reach him. Calm down. I'm with you. Now, I'll fly. Everything will be horror show. Oksana closed her eyes, caught her breath. That's all, there is no turning back. A child is serious. To throw love nonsense out of your head, erase mirages and dreams. 15 minutes later, a taxi arrived. On the stairs, Oksana ran into the groom in full dress. Not up to you now, Lyavochka, we are giving birth. There was no time to clarify who we were. Dima's phone remained out of the access zone. She assumed all responsibility. I already adore this sweet creature, Dima's little boy, and let Varya love her husband. There was tension and nervousness in the maternity ward. Doctors and nurses were rushing along the corridor, carrying medical equipment and boxes of drugs back and forth. Oksana was nervous, no one said anything. To whom it was all intended, over whom they conjured, it is unknown. Who are you? The gloomy man in surgical overalls finally asked, not Kulikov. My last name is Shemiakina, I am a friend of a woman in labor. My husband does not know that Varya is giving birth. Boy. 4 kilograms 800 grams. The child is healthy, no pathologies were found. Wonderful, great. Thank you, doctor. Alas, there is nothing. To resuscitate the woman in labor failed. Amniotic fluid embolism, if such a diagnosis tells you something, complete cardiac arrest. What are you saying? Why? She was observed in your clinic from an early date. Unfortunately, this happens. Experts will investigate the incident. Full information will be provided to relatives. I am very sorry. It is necessary to inform the father of the child. Tell me how to do it. Oksana immediately became hysterical. It was difficult to survive the grief. She supported Dima as best she could, organized the funeral. The boy was named Anton. Oksana adopted a child, raised as her own. Soon the couple got married. We can say that they are happy. Love has firmly settled in their house. That's just. Oksana is haunted by an annoying, obsessive thought. Isn't she guilty of Varya's death? Wasn't her whimsical whim so mercilessly fulfilled by the heavenly chancery that took her side in the matter of love and happiness? Not with you. Varakin's husband was a little crazy, just a little bit. He loved extreme pleasures to the point of passion, like mountain climbing outside of prepared routes, off-piste ski descents, prolonged parachute jumps, motorcycle freestyle, and other attractions conditionally incompatible with life. He was certainly lucky, at least since they met, not a single serious injury. How she managed to fall in love with a suicidal adrenaline junkie, Verotchka did not remember. Girls without complexes were hanging around him in flocks, which he did not seem to notice at all. Igor smiled once at a friendly party, where Vera turned out to be completely by accident, winked significantly, and she fell into the sweet syrup of an incessant orgasm. What happened after that, what at first, about which, intertwining, they were excitedly silent, as the dawns crowned them with a secret. Everything remained incomprehensible to her, covered with a multicolored sparkling veil of convulsive sensual bliss, a mystery that stopped the passage of time for an infinitely long 5 happiest years. Sometimes, somewhere deep inside, fragments of events surfaced like colored mirages, but they flashed too quickly, causing sensual tides and clouding of the mind. The fog dissipated a little when the lovers merged again in ecstasy, but for too short a time. Verotchka followed her husband to any distance, not letting go even on dizzying descents, which she overcame almost in an unconscious state. That day, Igor had just washed her in the shower with his own hands, not leaving a single millimeter of her pliable body without attention and affection. The woman was sitting with her eyes closed with pleasure in a relaxed pose, experiencing deliciously sweet bodily torments when the screen of his smartphone silently lit up. There was no strength to distract from the piquant sensations. The display flickering was annoying, persistently long. I had to pick up the phone with my hands disobedient from excitement. Vera ran her finger over the glowing surface, accidentally turned on the camera. Something made her expand the album. It would be better if she didn't. There was such a thing. The girls from the sports crowd, most of whom she knew, with gasps and moans demonstrated erotic skill, talking casually with Igor. There was no doubt that he was behind the scenes. Verotchka with a sinking heart flipped through part of the album, covered with perspiration. Her hands did not obey the usual commands at all, they lived their own life. With difficulty, but managed to hide the fact of disgustingly unpleasant curiosity. She didn't have the strength to make an informed decision quickly. What could she show? What? Make a scandal, leave, file for divorce. What can be achieved in this way, except loneliness? Life without love, without Igor, seemed like suicide. To gain time for reasoning, Verotchka said she was sick. She was insulted, crushed, quite legitimately offended, so she chose a quiet protest to begin with. She stopped all kinds of communication, which turned out to be a punishment not for him, for herself. To comprehend to the end what happened, there was no strength. The energy of bliss left the body immediately, now the remnants of gravity were quietly evaporating. Vera stopped eating, almost did not move. She sat deathly pale and stared intently at a point blurring before her eyes, which she did not see. Igor was not particularly bothered by her condition. He philosophically justified the strange ailment with periodic female problems, about which he knew something, heard even more. No one cancelled physiology. There were plenty of comforters in his carefree life. A week passed, another. The wife's condition began to annoy. Girls without complexes gave a minute discharge, which strained incompleteness. Sex without dedication, without love, now irritated, puzzled. Unconscious anxiety for the time being made me wonder what was wrong. Motorcycle racing infuriated, skydiving infuriated. We need to talk. About what, my love? Can't you see, I feel bad. That's exactly what. Why, can't you guess? What the hell is going on? It was the 3rd month without intimacy, without frank conversations, without. Parallel life began unexpectedly, suddenly. Verotchka was riding on the bus, the doctor was waiting for her. Someone was running across the road, the driver braked sharply. Anton, That was the name of the young man, delayed the inevitable fall, pressing to his chest. The heart spontaneously broke into a gallop. Vera tried to control the state. In vain. The mind refused to obey. After an hour or so, she completely submitted to the inevitable fall into the abyss of betrayal. The worst thing is that she liked the state of unconditional submission. Igor was the only man whom she had previously allowed to invade intimate limits. She considered him the perfect lover. What was the disappointment in her husband's erotic talents when Anton found himself inside? It was a shock. The man did not fuss, did not dominate, he caught at the fluid level every desire, any glimpsed whim. Veronica didn't have to adjust, to portray passion. She was herself, but experienced unthinkable bliss. "Thank you, Anton," barely coping with embarrassment, she said, saying goodbye. "Will we meet again?" "If you wish." "I'm married," she confessed. "Children?" "Alas, no. Igor believes that up to 35 you need to live for yourself." "Do you love him?" "Now I don't know." "And you, are you free? What do you want to hear?" "Sorry. This is the first time with me. I'm afraid that now everything will be quite difficult." "Can the role of a mistress suit you?" "I'm afraid not." "Do you have any complaints about me?" "Only one: you're too sweet." "This can't be real." "Then it's better to forget." "Better." Anton was not the cause or catalyst of the breakup, rather a litmus test, an indicator of the habitat. The divorce took place quite quickly, because they did not have children. Vera returned to her apartment, where she enjoyed indulging in melancholy in her free time from professional activity. Igor unsuccessfully besieged an impregnable fortress. He felt emptiness, a shift in the energy balance towards degradation. "I love you, Vera. But I hate myself, that's the point. We are different. The traitor is not capable of empathy. I also cheated on you. It doesn't matter. Let's start over. By all means. Just not with you." Age of losses. Why is everyone so persistently looking for stability, in relationships, in everyday life, inventing all sorts of rituals, obligatory actions, the meaning of which has long been forgotten or completely incomprehensible? Veronica thought irritably, not wanting to emerge from the twilight state filled with unrealized dreams, immersed for a brief moment in a state of illusory adventure. She came home earlier than her husband and daughter, so she had a pleasant opportunity to enjoy a silent solitude decorated with a kind of meditation before taking up the routine prose of family everyday life. The woman took off her clothes to the last thread, frantically splashed out emotions in an impromptu dance for a few minutes, then enthusiastically pleasured a very receptive body to caresses under hot jets in the shower, rubbed herself, wrapped herself in a terry sheet, relaxed, stretched her legs, heavy from standing for 8 hours, to forget a little. The working day at the beauty salon where she worked started at 6 in the morning. Man-made luxurious ladies certainly needed to be given attractiveness and irresistible charm until the moment when their appearance begins to be evaluated publicly. Clients are mostly irritable, short-tempered. Pleasing each is a special art that requires considerable effort. Dexterity, skill, and patience were barely enough until the end of the shift. Crossing the threshold of the apartment, Veronica literally fell off her feet. At least a small pause is needed, stopping the acceleration of time, turning off the dizzying rotation, weakening the tiring force fields that constantly give rise to new problems, flows of negative energies, the twisting action of gravity. How Veronica dreamed of having this all: a separate apartment, comfortable comfort, a well-established daily routine, a loved one nearby, a child's presence instilling unaccountable joy. When did she get tired of a happy family life, from everyday life, when? One more minute, no, 5. To sort out bags, cook dinner, vacuum. Falling into sleep, Veronica methodically performed routine household activities, but in a rather unusual environment. A beach with hot sand spread out around, a surf wave steadily ran onto the shore, the water glittered dazzlingly, seagulls screamed shrilly, her skin burned in the sun desperately ached. Colorful live associations surfaced one after another. She again remembered the boy who enlightened her about the rules of tanning, who smeared healing cream, forced her to get dressed, and did not leave a step for all 10 days of unforgettable rest. He had particularly pure gray radiant eyes, a smiling look, a fascinating voice and surprisingly gentle hands. Igor never dared to hug, kiss, or express his feelings in any way that enlivened communication. He was just there, talking about something continuously, treating painful burns with balm and watching her every movement with fascination. Now, after so many years of family life, Veronica regretted what had not happened, tried to imagine how life could have turned out if the boy had been more determined. Nikita could not even imagine that the relocation from the middle lane to the wonderful seaside town did not happen because he came up with such a fruitful idea. Veronica was delirious and daydreaming, remembering the first vacation in her life, and the one who woke up the slumbering femininity. It was she who inspired her husband with a love of the sea. It seems it was a love match. In any case, the indomitable boiling passions for a long time did not allow them to recover from excitement. Something important, cementing feelings, broke unexpectedly and suddenly, although it was not possible to detect a cause and effect relationship. Love ended and that's it. The day is gone, and there is no return, but, as a slide, it remains clear, our youth is a loss, our memory is a find. Veronica had a line from a romantic poem she once heard in her head, reflecting the essence of trembling sinful longing. She adored her husband, fainted from his caresses. Before. Now she could easily cry, because she never knew the taste of that wonderful boy's kiss. Stupid, she reproached herself, it was real happiness, and you. The need to realize a recklessly lost pleasure, a ghostly blissful opportunity to change fate, slowly but surely turned into an obsession. So today Veronica was dreaming, clearly feeling the taste of a virgin kiss on her lips, pleasantly resonating vibrations, the increasing hum of the surf, anticipation of some almost accomplished miracle. The sweetness of the exciting moment grew, overflowing with pleasure. For another moment and, from the sweet illusion, a phrase that sounded out of place and an unauthorized touch to the cheeks suddenly broke out, the sun was tired. Mom, our beloved, have you come to get up? Veronica was shaking from the excitement interrupted inopportunely. There was no desire to return to the hateful reality. Can you do it without me? I want to sleep. We have a surprise. Happy birthday, my love. The living room was flooded with light, the table was covered with delicacies, decorated with flowers. How could she forget? The feeling of the holiday did not come. The daughter immediately felt it. Mom, Vaska is calling for dancing, can you manage without me? At 10 to be at home. You are the best mom in the world. I adore you. Turn away, Nikita, let me get dressed. What are you doing, Nikus? What I didn't see, the husband was offended. Do you want to quarrel? On the contrary, it is set up for a peaceful dialogue and a romantic, even playful mood. It would be better to tune in for repairs. Wallpaper comes off. Eat one. Is something wrong, dear? Everything is so tired. I understand, Nikita started kissing. The best specialist in relaxing the beauties is at your service. Gratuitously. That is, for nothing at all. Cool down, Romeo. No mood, no environment, I don't see carrots. There is a carrot. Sla Kai. Deshulya, and I bought you a dress, and shoes. The ones that were tried on a week ago. Thank you, Nikita. I'm really glad, but complaints and claims after fitting and toast. Veronica herself could not understand what was happening to her. Irritation overwhelmed, demanded an immediate exit. You can leave me alone for once in your life, she flared up. I'm sorry. I'm going to the garage then, so as not to run into. That's where you go, you'll be healthier. Explain what's going on. What did I deserve? Just leave. Do you have someone? Menopause is far away. Live and rejoice. Acting like a naughty child, throwing tantrums from scratch. Ugh, how ugly you are at such moments. Come on, say more nasty things, say something nasty about your parents. Yes, I have a lover, young, cute, no match for you. And so what? Well, hit me, have fun. You might think I'm a rabid animal, and you're a defenseless victim of family terror. Let's say, I believed you. Left turn, age crisis, the collapse of rainbow illusions. There is a reason, anyway, so it seems to you. I want to find someone to blame for the fact that life is not like a fairy tale. The best way is intimate revenge. I suggest putting a point, starting with it, a countdown of other, more mature relationships. Justify your behavior, make objective claims. We will discuss, sketch a projection of an acceptable, convenient for all parties family code. You cannot lock yourself in, suffer in silence. You need to interact, move. Maybe we'll stop the local conflict brewing on some unknown grounds, cancel the duel that almost started. I love you. Honestly. Veronica burst into tears. Why so, why? You and I have become strangers. You don't even want to be jealous of me. I'm bored with you, Lobanov. We all come from childhood, where there is a colorful, voluminous, bright entourage, where magical sounds and alluring smells, where amazing events are constantly happening, the existence of which we do not even guess. Every moment is an adventure, every movement is a discovery. But this can't go on forever, understand? Sooner or later mysterious and exciting stories become commonplace, familiar, blurred. Hence melancholy, boredom. Plus restrictions and responsibilities. And I want a heady feeling of freedom, fulfillment of desires, pleasant surprises, festive fireworks. So we dream. We will think up all sorts of sensual exoticism and savor, counting in illusions on unreasonable, undeserved happiness. Life is a dynamic and merciless process. The creators did not provide a second chance. Step, choice. And the inevitable consequences. Welcome to adulthood. Do you think it's easy and simple for me? So no. I have more cockroaches in my head than the population of an anthill. I assume that you are tormented. Sorry for the frankness. The question is, did I give? What do you care why you're digging into my brain? Already dreary. I live here, Veronica Andreevna. I have a certificate about that. There is a stamp in my passport, the cherished ring on my finger sparkles. You don't know how to lie, sick. You didn't cheat on me. Yes, even so. And you cheated, what do you think? So, I screwed up. The question is answered when there is something to hide. I knew it. What is tormenting you, gnawing? Share. We are a family. Or let's dream. Do we really want nothing but what we have? And memory, so many wonderful things happened. You're down to earth, boring. What to talk about with you, what to dream about beauty, about love. Do you remember the day we met? Day as day. Nothing special. You stepped on my foot on the bus. Here. And you twitched and broke your heel. I had to carry you to the shoe workshop on my hands. I wanted to hurt. I thought I liked. You smelled like tangerines or something. And something special that makes my head spin. I immediately fell in love, and I wanted to bite you. Strange. And why was she rubbing her cheek? How do I know? Accidentally. I didn't think about you. Well, yes, about the heel probably. We sewed it safely on the way. We had to catch a taxi, shoot money from neighbors to pay the driver. In the evening we had a date. Crimson sunset, deserted embankment, first kiss. Nothing interesting. Slobbered all over. Then my mom flew in for coming late. For shoes too. I was over the moon with happiness. No, on the 10th. I am now, let's kiss. Here's another one. Didn't deserve. And you close your eyes. We have a date. The moon path trembles on the shaky water. You, me, fireflies, cicadas, stars. Veronica suddenly burst into tears. This will never happen again. Age. Nikita gently lifted his wife, wrapped in a plaid, sat on his knees, kissed. What are you really, birthday girl? You came up with everything. My love. Well, Lobanov, not children anymore, so that like this, in a chair. Dasha can return. What a shame. You drop it. My wife and I have a holiday today. I want debauchery, pleasure, passion. Stop hiding your dignity. God, how beautiful you are.